Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank. Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank. Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank. Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank.
Αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, παρακαλώ καθίστε, ξεκινάμε. Καλημέρα σας.
Yeah. Good morning. Welcome to the 16th conference on credit risk management, credit risk in the age of crisis continuum. I'm Evi Daouti. I would like to thank you very warmly for being here today. Today, just like every year, we will be discussing topical issues, try to understand and explain them. This is a hybrid conference and we'll be discussing the following issues. Macro risks in the age of social, sovereign and geopolitical instability. Secondly, climate change and ESG risks in debt and equity corporate finance. Technology disruption risk in finance, and finally, compliance optimal risk screening. We will conclude with a beautiful workshop which has been prepared by our group and on the issue of cases of applied ESG failure risk ratings for corporates. At this point, I should like to thank our sponsors whose support is absolutely necessary. And without further ado, I should like to welcome the President and CEO of Icap CRIF, Mr. Nikitas Konstantelos. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to welcome you and open this conference. This is the 16th conference taking place in Greece, and this is also taking place in our wider area in the Balkans, and it is the 53rd conference. It is the only conference that has taken place so many times in so many capitals, Bucharest, Sofia, Belgrade, Nicosia. And it is a great pleasure for us to feel established in this area and a leader in the field of credit risk. Now, allow me to say a few words about Icap Crif. Most of you know us for many years. Next year we will be 60 years in the market. A few years ago, at the end of 2012, the company was acquired by an important global Italian company, and we have now become Icap Crif. As Icap Crif, we are an important hub within the Crif group of companies. And as I said earlier, we cover the Balkans with a presence in Greece, in Bulgaria, in Romania, and in Cyprus. We, in Icap, I must tell you, have an institutional role. We are the only CRA credit rating agency in Europe and one of the in Greece and one of the very few in Europe. We therefore provide ratings and we follow the business sector in the Greek market. What is Crif? Crif is a very dynamic company, has been expanding and growing dynamically in recent years, with a presence in 31 countries, with 85 subsidiaries in 4 continents, with more than 6,600 high-level consultants. We are a wide range of activities. We have expertise in the banking sector, 10,500 banks around the world. We have presence in insurance industry and many in every other industry, and more than 1 million consumers around the world through our credit bureaus. If you look at the revenue side, you can see that it was 260 million in 2011 revenue. We in 20 wherein 605, and in 2025 we expect or we hope to exceed 1 billion. Now, what does Icap Crif offer to our customers in this part of the world? We provide business information and credit risk, where we are the leaders by far, and our database with the whole universe of Greek companies, more than 1 million companies, active and non-active. We have data for all of them, and a wide range of products and solutions in this field. We also provide the CRA, the Credit Risk Agency services. We provide financial institutions ratings, the bank ratings, and we have the non-regulating regulated ratings, which are very important. We highlight the ESG ratings and scores. We have we're also active in project finance, and we also do ratings for diversity inclusion rating, which means that we are active in areas that of very high importance for every company. We have market and sales solutions with our manuals, both digital and physical. We have a series of awards. We organize many events. We try to promote healthy business among our customers. And we also have the pillars of technology solutions and advanced consulting services. Our range has increased with services and global solutions of Crif, loan origination, open banking suites, etc., have now been expanded, and we are therefore able to help our customers grow their business in the right direction. That's a few words about Icap Crif, and from there on, I have prepared 3 or 4 slides which shows the development of ratings in Greece, which I believe is very important. What do we see on this screen? We see that corporate credit ratings in 5 different years, 2019, 2021, 22, and 23 until November. And what we see here is how ratings move: AAA, AA, triple B, down until D. And what do we see here? First of all, we have rated we have rated 6,018 companies. Some of them for a series of years, and the ones that we rate have total assets of more than 210 billion. And as looking at how the ratings move, we see that low risk AAA, AA, A, and triple B levels, we see the last bar is growing as a percentage point, meaning that increasingly there are an increasing number of companies that enter this lower risk category. Why? We see that the high risk companies, such as the D at the end, they go down. So from 2%, they're down, from 12%, they're down to 3-4%. Now, at this point, we see a very characteristic slide. What do we count? The possibility of a company to default, mean that they should not, the possibility of a company not being consistent or compliant. in 2017, 85% of companies were possibly going to default. This is going down, is decreasing, and now this percentage is approximately 3.6% of companies that will probably default within 1 year. This is the same as the level before the crisis. So we see that the ratings have substantially improved. Now, there are low risk, high risk, and medium risk areas, as we said earlier. So we see that companies which at the time in 2017 were deemed to be high risk had 37% or even 40% probability of default. Today, they are down to 10%. So 1 out of 10 companies may show important fault, and then you have a risk of losing your money. Now, on this table, you see how companies are moved from one category to another, from medium risk to low risk, for instance. At the end of November, if we compare the situation of end of 23 to 22, and the same for the year before, 22 to 21. And out of 1,096 companies that we have rated, 332 were at the low risk, 637 were at the medium category, and 127 were high-risk companies. Now, if we want to see how they move, we see that in the case of low-risk companies, 98% of companies has remained at the same level in 1 year, while only 1.8% have had a downward move. So we see stability among the low-risk companies. In high risk, 86% has remained in the category, 12% has become lower, and 2% has changed category to the worst. In high risk, 68% remained in the same, while 31% have gone to medium risk. So the transversal line is very important to us because it is stable. And the situation at the end of November was 23 is much better than that of 2022. Here you see the same thing, but we can see the shift depending on the size of the company. 65% of big companies are low risk, while only 28% of SMEs are low risk. Therefore, there are shifts here. And finally, I would like to comment about the future. The company ratings are improving. This reflects the growth of our economy, which of course means a lower risk for business, for doing business. What we need to see, and we are about to see in the near future, is that we need to integrate the principles of sustainability in the decision-making process. For us, Icap Crif, sustainability is our spearhead. We have developed a new suite of ratings that relates to ESG. this has become a priority. The second bullet, I say that we will incorporate climate risks on companies' risk management, and we are going to look how this affects companies in financial risk and Greek prime. We have now developed new ratings which are available to the market, and we have a new ESG suite where we focus on synergy platform. You will see more about it outside this hall, and in this manner we will be able to rate our suppliers so that as a business community we can make a step forward towards ESG compliance. That's all from me. I wish you a very productive day. I'm sure that you will enjoy the program and the speakers. All speakers are exceptional, but allow me to say a few words about my dear Gikas Hardouvelis, who is the former Minister of Finance and former Governor of the National Bank of Greece. We are very happy to have you here, Gikas.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Κωνσταντέλο για την...
Thank you, Mr. Konstantelos, for your opening presentation. I'd like to ask Mr. Gerasimos Jays, Managing Director at Tradius for Greece and Romania, gold sponsor. We'd like to welcome him for his greeting.
Ευχαριστώ, Penny, για την πολύ όμορφη.
Thank you, Penny, for this presentation, and good morning to the friends of Icap Greece. Nikitas, I don't know who has selected the title of this conference, but Crisis Continuum is exactly spot on to describe the current situation. We give it a different name, perma-crisis, synthesis of the terms permanent crisis. Whatever you choose, this point is, in my view, we are at a weak and a variable financial situation. And there are three aspects to it, three components. One is the one I prefer, the increase of global risks. The increase in interest rates in 20 and 21 during the pandemic, governments are have withdrawn and still are withdrawing any support to companies. And so companies are dealing with the harsh reality. In 2022, we had an increase of 9%, approximately 34% this year, and in 24 plus 19, over and above 23. So all this spike of poor credits is maybe not taken seriously, but there's a risk for everyone. The second component are the geopolitical crisis. The most important one was the war in Ukraine, which started in 2022 and is still going on very actively, but it does not appear on our screen. And this crisis has further led to a further deteriorating of the already high energy prices. And this has was a reason for the spike of bad credits, and that is why the problems was higher in the energy using north and not so much in this. And I'm not taking into account what is happening in the Middle East as we speak. I hope that it will end swiftly, but a potential problem and a potential geopolitical crisis is Taiwan. This has always been a concern of mine. It may be the reason for a power game between China and the US, and the effects will be spiraling. The third component is climate change. Climate change could not and did not appear as an issue on the agenda of any economic forum. But this is not the case anymore. Within very short period of time, it has now entered the issues related to the global economy, and we, as credit raters, we need to take that into account when looking at the companies that we insure. ESG is becoming much more important. It's not something that we all like to say that we're doing, but it is an important factor in all of our organizations. These are the three components that prevail on global economy, which is variable, but still in the green, is with a plus. And this as a result of the companies, of a survey from Tradius company by Tradius company in September. Tradius is a leading company in the credit risk rating market. We have been in Greece for the past 26 years, and recently we have become market leaders. We're here today in order to emphasize the value of credit risk and the fact that we need to use the proper instruments, one of which is credit premium credit. And so I thank the management of Icap for inviting me, and today's speakers. It is my honor to be among you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jace. And we'll continue. As Mr. Kostandelos said, it's a great honor and privilege to have amongst us today Mr. Gikas Hardouvalis, Chairman of the Board of National Bank of Greece. Mr. Hardouvalis, please take the floor. Well, it's a full house. Well, good morning. I thought I'd be facing an empty room in the morning, but it's a full house. Thank you, Icap. Thank you, Mr. Kostandelos. It's not the first time that I attend your conference, and it's always a very active and lively conference dealing with very interesting issues. In my presentation today, I will not focus on international framework. Usually the themes are international, having to do with credit risk, but I will mostly focus on our domestic issues here in Greece. And the question I'm going to raise is, where does Greece stand today, and where is it headed in the future? And I'm breaking my presentation down into four major sections. First of all, we're going to go back to the past and see how does Greece compare to 20 years ago. and then I'm going to ask a question. Of course, we've gone through a crisis. Obviously, we're not at the same point we were 20 years ago. So we went through a crisis. Has this crisis cured all failures, all weaknesses, all disequilibria? Are we ready for the big bang and the growth and joining again the race towards convergence? And I'm going to analyze some issues on these questions. What are the concerns today? What are the major concerns prevailing today? And the concerns that must be in the minds of all Greece. And then I will reach some conclusions. So, of the old guard, and I've been participating in such discussions 25 years ago, and I remember before joining the EMU, Mr. Galassi, you are from Italy. At that point we were discussing with our Italian colleagues the Maastricht criteria and whether Greece will be able to join the EMU. Then we were all excited and Greece was doing well. And we were discussing the issue of convergence. Convergence is a word that has been forgotten by Greek media. Then it was the word of the day. And the various conflicts and clashes between economies was whether we're going to converge in 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years. If you were the opposition party, you'd say with this government in 30 and 50 years, or never. If you were in the government, you'd say that would converge in 10 years, which means that the living standards of Greece will very quickly reach the living standards of the average European. So, looking back, truly, when I first saw the figures at some point, because during the crisis nobody had any time to work on anything else and make any analysis, but when the crisis ended, suddenly you go back to the figures and see where you are now. And to be honest, I felt bad as Greek. In the left chart, I'm starting from 1995. And I'm showing you Greece is with light blue national colors. We see where Greece stood compared not only Europe of 15 but Europe of 27, and you see that Greece from 1995 until 2003, 2004, 2005, even 2007, 8, 9, there was some convergence, which reached the point of 98% of the average European level. When I'm saying 98% was the larger Europe that includes the countries of the former Eastern Group. And then, due to the crisis, we had a rapid fall. I have included Portugal in the graph because it was a country we always compared ourselves to. Basically, we were the two worst amongst the 15, and we were always trying to surpass each other to build a better economy. So you see Portugal, no, we are with the orange color. Portugal was orange color. During the crisis, 2009-2012, we dropped, and the Portuguese surpassed us, and they've been ahead ever since. Another thing that you see in the diagram is look at Bulgaria. Bulgaria started at approximately 30% in 1990, and now it's it's very close in terms of purchasing power, of course, but also in terms of income. So Eastern Europe has improved its figures considerably. So we went through a crisis, we lagged behind. Now we are getting better. In the right-hand side chart, we see the figures of the last 5 years, and I'm showing the euro area figures. You see that we are truly bettering our performance considerably. The point is we will be able to keep up. Now, I'm going to pass these slides rather quickly. This is a comparison 2007 to 2023, all 27 countries. In the upper part of the chart, I'm showing you the position of Greece. We ranked 14th among EU 27 2007. Let me remind you, 2007 was the start of the international crisis, 2 years before the crisis affected Greece. 2023. These are the projections of the Commission. The source is Ameco. Now we are at the 27th. This is GDP per capita. We had 21,000 in 2007, we have 21,000 in 2023, but this is in nominal terms. There is also an inflation in Greece. Of course, in Greece, inflation was not as bad as is the rest of Europe, but we've lost 40–50% due to inflation. The same bar chart in terms of purchasing power ranks us even worse position. From 14th, we are now ranking 25th among EU 27. So we're starting from a very low basis, and we've lost ranking. We're talking about convergence 25 years ago, and at the end of the day, we had divergence. Obviously, there's a reason for that, why this happened. And this is the second section, the second part of my presentation this morning. Obviously, there were some disequilibria in the Greek economy. Have these disequilibria been resolved, been cured? And the two main imbalances here in Greece that have been forecast by many economists, this is the same chart that I had prepared before the crisis. I think it was 2000 or 2004. And this shows on the vertical axis the current account balance, whether you sell the same products and services to the ones you import. If you have a deficit, means something's wrong with your economy. You produce and you sell less than you want to consume. There, you're seeing the vertical axis. Greece, we are ranking way behind. You see Greece very low. We were an outlier. And we were also an outlier on the horizontal axis, which is the general government balance, the fiscal balance, whether the government itself within the country can function, can operate without borrowing money. And here we had huge deficits. So we had these two huge imbalances. These were the root causes of the crisis, especially the competitiveness of the country, but also the fiscal problem. So then the crisis hit. And we're building the same chart today, 2023, just out of curiosity to see where we stand. You see that Greece is not an outlier anymore. It's not to the bottom left. It is, I can't point exactly, don't have a pointer, but it is at the lowest part, but close to the middle section, close to zero. There is no huge fiscal imbalance. Did most countries have greater deficits than we do have? We are close to zero in terms of our fiscal imbalances and deficits, but as far as the current account balance, we are still at the low end, along with Romania, as I see, and Slovakia. Of course, this could be by chance because this is only figures for 2023, but it shows something. Well, it shows that we've probably solved the fiscal problem, the fiscal imbalance, but we have most likely not solved the competitiveness issue. Indeed, if we look a bit further, you see the chart to the left. This is the fiscal deficit within the year, and I have three charts: 21, 22, and 23. 23 is in the top color, the green color. It stops somewhere in the end because the end has not come, the year has not come to the end yet. You see that we have more or less in 22 and 23. We don't have huge deficits. This, of course, I'm talking about primary balances. This does not include interest, but interest is not that big in Greece because our European partners have lent us money at very low interest rates. And on the right-hand side, I'm presenting the picture of the euro area, where we see primary balance for 2023 and the forecast for 2024. Greece right now ranks 4th and hopes to have a better primary balance of 2% next year. So, looking at the current payments and revenues, it seems that the crisis was good for us, so to speak, because we got around it. We're trying to build a public sector that works smoothly like a business that is not in debt. But we still have the baggage from past sins, the debt. The previous deficits had created a big debt. On the left, we have the public debt as a percentage of GDP. This had peaked in 2010, and ever since it has been dropping. And it's been dropping to a point where in 2024, 2025, it will be smaller than the debt of Italy. This was for Ms. Galassi's benefit. If you were wondering why Moody's is considering to downgrade Italy, here's the answer on this graph. It hasn't yet upgraded Greece, so it's only fair to bring Italy where Greece is. Well, I'm joking, of course, but we see that yes, we have solved the fiscal problem, but we must never forget that in fiscal affairs we don't have a lot of room to move if there is a contingency, because we have a huge debt that we constantly need to reduce. We, the old guard, have left a bad legacy to the next generation. They're going to be taxed a bit more in order to pay out the public debt, unless the economy grows considerably, which will be of great benefit. So if the economy grows and the debt does not grow, then the problem will no longer exist. But this is the biggest problem among Euro area and European Union partners. The Italians are competing with us on this, and this is an issue. And on the right, we see the story from 2020 onwards. Indeed, we had a considerable drop of debt compared to the GDP. One reason is that after coronavirus, the fiscal issues are being tidying up. The worst is inflation. Inflation is bad for everything else, but it was good for that. It increased the nominal GDP, increased the size of the economy much more than the nominator. So that's the picture as regards the debt. So we've more or less are more compliant. We've solved the problem, but it is still a burden that we need to be careful. We saw that there's something wrong with the current accounts deficit and the current account balance. I have two charts here. The first has to do with the percentage of exports of goods and services. This includes tourism. This includes the products that we sell abroad as a percentage of GDP in Greece. This is the orange line that you see on the you can read it on the right axis. We were more or less a closed economy. In 2009, this percentage was below 40%. No, below 20%. And now it's up to 50%. This shows that we opened up to the world. This shows that the crisis more or less urged the companies, everybody, to think that there is a global demand. In practice, they couldn't sell to Greeks. Greeks became impoverished, so they had to sell to foreigners. So the economy, this is an indicator that shows that the economy has become more competitive internationally. On the right axis, we see the unit labor cost, how much it costs to produce the products. We didn't do well in the past. We weren't competitive. We improved. Here the comparison we see: blue is Greece, red is the Euro area. More or less, we are improving at relative terms. The unit labor cost drops more than it drops in the Euro area. So this shows that if in the future we want to be competitive, if we want to see the world and see whom are we going to sell to, how we can improve our standard of living, we know that we can do this. We know that we've improved improved in our production costs, so we need to improve in terms of what we produce and what it is that we sell, and if the foreigners want to buy it and if they want to pay for it. So that's what this chart is showing. And here again, I'm showing you the current account deficit. On the right chart, you see the huge deficit 2007-8, which has come back in recent years, and is of concern to many. Many economists have made analysis and say that this is mostly due to the cost of energy. But if we take out the cost of energy, again, we see a current account deficit of 3%, which causes some concern. Greece has always had a 3% current account deficit. It was mostly because it was mostly financed by money of Greeks abroad. Now there are other sources of financing. This is something that we still have not permanently resolved. So, coming to the current situation, I've showed you the two imbalances. More or less we've resolved one of the two. The second one is more or less resolved. Are there any other concern? What are the other problems in Greece today? And I thought of discussing four things. The first is the problem of low investments. Investments were reduced during the crisis and have not recovered. Without investment, an economy cannot possibly build its future. If we don't invest, it means that we consume whatever we produce, and there's no capital, there's no assets there for our children to be able to produce and have a good life. So investments are a major part. This is one thing. The second is, well, at the end of the day, are we competitive in terms of quality? Will our production increase? It's not the cost that's a problem, it's production that's a problem. And if we look in the longer term, are we going to have enough population? We are one of the 4 systemic banks that have showcasing the demographic problem. And the fourth is a challenging international environment. So, looking at the issue of investments, I want you to see the chart at the top right-hand corner. The blue line is annual investments as a percentage of GDP. You see that in the past, Greece has reached up to investments of up to 25%. And during the crisis, of course, this collapsed, and it's not only residential areas, which is part of the pie. On the left, we see the pie chart of investments. Greece is not only residential. The red and green are other constructions and housing. It's approximately 36% of overall investment. This collapsed during the crisis, but all other investments collapsed as well. And from 60 billion investments in 2007, talking about 28 billion today. This is a huge issue. The government knows this. We all know this. We all know that it's a problem. If one looks at the RRF, we'll see that indeed there's great efforts to boost investments and in the right areas. One recent IMF study that has studied this gap of investment deficits, it says that Greece can go up to 20%, but it is an issue. This was not pre-existent. The crisis came because of disequilibria. There were investments. Now we've solved some of the problems that pre-existed the crisis, but now we have something new. Is that we're not investing, and we need to resolve this as well. The second thing that we need to do is to see where we should invest to increase our productivity. And I have noted some things in my presentation. We definitely know that this world is being digitized. Global economy, more and more of the global economy is changing its form. we too, as Greece, we need to move in this right direction towards where there is demand. Where is demand is digital services. Are we doing it? To do this, we need to invest and we need to have the proper skills. Let me show you some points, some information on what happens there. In general, if we want to increase productivity, we need to have people who are trained, and we need to train them where there is demand. If we train them to be better mathematicians, there might be no demand for theoretic mathematician. If we train them to be archaeologists, we need to create a demand for archaeologists. We need to have a better matching because demand and supply. The third issue that everybody understands, there needs to be competition for the private sector to move forward. You need to have investment where justice is delivered, and there needs to be good governance. You gave me the answer much quicker than my students. Thank you. And now I was talking about my students. Many of the things that you're going to delve upon in the conference is a credit risk that I teach. Maybe I'm going to invite some of you to speak to my students. So expect a call from me. There's going to be a future cost for that. Anyway, a fourth issue I want to talk about is economic justice. We're trying to build new Greece that will converge to Europe and will go ahead. Is everybody participating in this new Greece, or is it an unequal growth? And of course, another point I would like to raise is economic uncertainty. You need to be in an environment of that has some sort of certainty in order to allow investments. These are the points that. These are the 5 points of our second concern, of where we invest, of where we focus on productivity. And let me start with the digitization. This is a table that I have European figures for digital economy and society index, which shows at some points we're doing well. We have improved in some areas. We are lagging behind some others. In digital skills, the percentage of population with digital skills is approximately the same as the EU 27. But ICT specialists, if you want to find in Greece, there are half the ones you can find in the EU. So we need to do something to get ICT specialists from the universities. We need more ICT specialists. And when we get them, we shouldn't lose them to Ireland or to other countries. Now, then, infrastructure, what is there? Connectivity infrastructure. There's a huge gap there in the network capacity, high capacity network, fast internet, for example. Only 28% of households have access to high capacity network compared to 73% in the EU. Again, this is something that the government needs to fix. The government needs to do something. So in 5G, we're doing well in terms of 5G. We're talking about businesses. We see that especially SMEs are lagging behind the EU. For example, in big data at SMEs, only 13%, and it's just 14 in the European Union. But SMEs with at least basic level of digital densities, we're at 41%, they are at 69%. So the work needs to be done by companies as well. Let's not expect everything from the government. That's what it says here. Now, cloud services. We are at half than the EU, and in public services, there's been huge improvement in Greece. We are approaching the European index. We know very well a lot of work has been done in digitization in the last 4 to 5 years. We are approaching Europe, but there's more to do. The second part is to increase productivity. We need to have a balanced labor market, the people wanting to work and having availability of good jobs. On the left, I see we have employment and unemployment. Still today, in 2023, the number of employees in Greece is smaller than even compared to 2010, not even 2007. There is lower unemployment, but there's lower population that's working, whether they left or abroad, or maybe people are growing older and retire. Now, this shows that the strength of a country is its population, the active population, and maybe the number of the people of a working age, active working age, is the true force of a country. And the CC, something very interesting has to do with the labor market on the graph on the right. The people who want to work and can't find a job and those who want to work and can find what they want to. You see here the Spaniards and the Greeks are not doing well. The bars here, the gray bar is the unemployed people. The blue are people that are available to work but are not seeking. Then the light blue is people seeking work but not immediately available, they can't work right now. And the yellow are those who are underemployed or working part-time. So it's not only unemployment, it's also those who are in limbo. The southern countries are not doing well. Spain, Greece and Italy are not doing well. This shows something. It shows that possibly the jobs that are available are not satisfactory to those who want to work, and this is something that needs to be resolved. And this will be resolved by well-paid jobs. This is another indicator that I wanted to show you. It's the European Skills Index. And this is prepared by CEDEFOP, and it's prepared by three individual aspects: skills development, skills activation, and skills matching. I'm just using the English terms, not to waste time. You see that Greece in red, again, Spain and Italy are worse off than we are, but Greece is again third place from last. There is an issue with skills available in Greece. We need to invest in skills development. We need to invest in our young people and then activate them. Activation means how quickly young people can find a job. So we need to activate them quickly, help them join the labor markets and help them find the jobs they want to work in. And we're not doing well there. And this needs our attention. We can't build a country that will converge with the EU unless it has the people who want to work and who can work and who have their attention to the market and where the market is going, so that I can sell the right product at the right time at the right price. Now, about the environment, I want to be a bit quickly. Mr. Konstantelos, if you want, tell me if you need me to speed up, because I haven't timed my speech, so I don't know how long it's going to take. Now, justice system on the left, it says that in terms of quantity, no problem. We have zillions of lawyers in Greece. On the right chart, so when justice is delivered, forget about it. And we see it the first instance, second instance, and the Supreme Court. Greece is way behind, is lagging way behind. And this is everybody is saying improve. Justice is independent, but justice needs to realize that it is antiquated. It must deliver justice quickly, because if it takes a long time to deliver justice, it's like that justice is not there. Because if there's no justice, if there's no tax justice, nobody's going to invest. No foreigners are going to come to invest, and no Greek is going to risk investing if there's no delivery of justice. Here's another chart that touches upon the issue of governance. I like governance. Banks have the best governance right now in Greece, but I constantly forget the word in Greek. Anyway, these are various indicators prepared by the World Bank, which shows the performance of Greece compared to OECD countries with high standard of living. Where we're doing well and ranks first is voice and accountability. Does the citizen have a voice? Does he have the freedom to express themselves? Can they vote freely, or is there a dictatorship? No. The answer is that Greece is very close to OECD, and the small line is standard deviation. So we are very close. If somebody was a statistician fanatic and saying that I don't believe figures because there is statistic error, the answer is that we are the same with the difference of a statistical error. So there is freedom, there is voice and accountability. If you hear that there's no freedom, no, there is freedom. We, Greece, know that this is an acquis. We are free. And other issues, in other indexes, we have a problem. Political stability, yes, we are lagging behind. There's constant change of governments. Government effectiveness, to the extent to which a government can be effective and deliver, we are lagging behind. The regulators and the quality of regulation and supervision, again, we are lagging behind. At the rule of law, we are lagging behind, and control of corruption, we are lagging behind. So this shows that we need to improve in terms of governance. I have not included any information figures on competitiveness. I did not have the time. More or less, this is more important. Now, here I've included some information whether everybody participates in what we're trying to do. So this is a VAT compliance gap. The higher the number on the left, the worse off we are. So this means that we're not paying the VAT. We're not disciplined in paying value-added tax. Greece is blue. You see, from 2018 onwards, there is a huge improvement, whereas before that, approximately 25% was not collected by the governments. Now we dropped to 10%, so the gap has dropped from 25 to 10%. So the government is doing something right, but this needs to go to zero. VAT compliance gap must drop to zero. Portugal is doing better, as you see. I have also figures for Italy. So we have Ms. Galassi here. Italy is with green. Italy is also improving its performance. Una faccia, una raccia. And on the right-hand side, I've included the countries, and on the horizontal axis we see a change from 21 versus 2013. All the countries that are to the left below zero, so if it's improved, Greece has improved considerably. If we see the vertical axis where we stand, so Greece is in the third worst off. Romania is worse, Malta is second, and we are third. But why are we at 20? We should be at 10. I'm sorry, I think something wrong with this diagram. I haven't corrected it. Anyway, comparatively, we need to further improve. We have improved considerably, but we need to further improve. Now, to conclude, I talked about domestic situation, I talked about the labor market, I talked about investment, I talked about governance. External environment now, the uncertainty. I'm comparing here Greek uncertainty with global uncertainty, and maybe the left axis should be of interest to many. We heard Mr. Jace talk about uncertainty before. This is a policy uncertainty and its impact on the economy, which after 2015 is growing. We see here that starting from 1998, and in Greece we see with the blue line on the right, uncertainty has reduced, has dropped. And this is an indicator prepared by myself with 3 associates, and you can find it every month. It is comparable to the international indicator, and we've shown in a study that uncertainty played a major role in the huge drop of the GDP during the crisis. Uncertainty by itself, so uncertainty is a major point. You need to have low uncertainty in order to be able to do well. All these that I have just told you were around the second concern of whether we can increase our productivity, can we improve the environment, can improve ourselves to be able to produce. Now, another concern that has always been in our minds and now becomes stronger and stronger is now we see reduction of our population. This will drop from 11 million that we were 5 years ago to 7.8% in 2070. This has huge implications. So unless you have a population, you don't have financial strength. And when you don't have financial strength, you don't have political strength. And you don't have political strength, what you consider as a risk becomes a risk. And if you're not doing well with your neighbors, you will be threatened. It's very important to look into. One of the banks, I'm not going to advertise the banks, one of the banks has highlighted this as an issue, but we're expecting also solutions. We're also expecting for the government to see what solutions. This is not an easy solution. We're not like Iran, where Ayatollah came and suddenly Iran from 35 million became 70 million in 30 years because everybody said this is what you need to do because this is what the Lord says. We are a democratic country. You need to have a decent standard of living in order to be able to have children. This is a huge issue, and this is a big issue because we'll be discussing in the next 50 years. It's going to be discussed by our children and our grandchildren. Last concern is the geopolitical risk. Overall, general, the environment in general. It's possibly this that concerns most of you. We have a geopolitical environment that's more difficult or easier. In the upper diagram, I've included a geopolitical risk index from 1900 to 2019. And we see now that suddenly we have the clash between Israel and Hamas, and before that we had the Russian-Ukraine crisis. But if you see the crisis, it has spiked just a little bit. The Iraqi war has increased this concern a lot more. The Gulf War was even more, even the Falklands. Now, the uncertainty and the geopolitical risk cannot be compared with what happened in the First World War and the Second World War. Then we had the second indicator, but it's more focused on 1985 to 2019. It shows that in previous peaks were close to 2000 and in 1990, the Iraqi war. So, the Gulf War. So there is geostrategic uncertainty, but it is not as important as the one that was experienced by the parents of some of us and the grandparents of most of you and great-grandparents. It's not as bad as it was then. What else is there in the world that could be of concern? I would say that the authorities, the monetary authorities, supervisory authorities, have learned many lessons from the 2007-2009 crisis and then the European crisis. They are now very, very strict and austere, and I feel safe with their behavior, that there is an authority that takes its job seriously behind that. So I have two graphs here regarding where the market sees, how the market sees inflation growing, and where the analysts see inflation in a year. Undoubtedly, in the upcoming years, we're not going to have the interest rates that we've had in the past 10 years. I thought that the previous decade interest rates were unnaturally low. This has not happened in the previous 200 years to have negative interest rates for such a long period of time and then very low interest rates. If you had a housing loan at 2 and 3%, don't expect to think that you're going to get it again at 2 and 3%. That's my belief, unless economists come and say, no, Hardouvelis, you're wrong. You're rusted, you're not in touch with economic reality, you forget what's happening. But that's my feeling. To be honest, I was quite nervous with the negative interest rates, because when you have negative interest rates, you urge the private sector to take unnecessary risks and create bubbles. And there was a real estate bubble abroad, not in Greece, but abroad. So we are headed towards an era where interest rates are more normal, and inflation will be maybe a bit higher. Olivier Blanchard is talking about 3% inflation. The central banks will insist on 2% because they don't want to lose their credibility. That's all, and I think that the regulators might see myself as a private individual. I am complaining because regulators are very strict, because here in Greece, they're on the case of banks. The National Bank of Greece has opened its its offer books. That's why I'm not talking about it, and we are complaining. But the March crisis showed that in Europe there is a tough regulator, but there wasn't a crisis like in Silicon Valley, because things were pretty loose there because of politics. So you have good regulators overall. Now, in terms of the debt is an issue that comes back again and again. The debt is increasing starting in 1950s onwards. We see here the debt. We have a corporate debt, a household debt, and the private debt, and the public debt. This is constantly growing. It's something that's going to be there. So one looks at the private debt because, the public debt increased recently due to the coronavirus. Now it's dropping because the GDP grew, so the debt dropped. So we are, of course, at a high point. It is something that we need to have in the back of our mind. I don't think it's so important. If one takes a look at the global situation to the right of the private debt, you see that one of the root causes of private debt is China. One referred to China, or no, Taiwan. Indeed, Taiwan is a risk. I indeed think that Taiwan is a risk, but since since China is at a financial drop, I don't think that it's going to take any chances. They don't have the power to do that. India is the upcoming economic power, and in 20 years we're going to see Africa rising, but I don't see China being now the player that it was in the past 20 years. Already its growth rate has dropped to 5% from 11, 12. They invested 50% of their GDP was at investors. Now they have to have their population consumed, and they have a democracy deficit. They have a democracy problem. I think I should stop talking about it because I don't want to get myself into trouble saying things like that. So the authorities, the regulator, the supervisory authorities are doing well. Fiscal and debt is growing and it's under control. It might be of concern. What happens to the world, the entire world, and the world trade? We know that globalization stopped. It was halted in 2007. Before exports and imports increased in double rates than global GDP. This stopped in the last 10, 15 years. We have new restrictions being imposed, new barriers being introduced to imports and exports. I have here the chart with the barriers. And the blue bar are truly harmful barriers, and these are the green is the liberalizing measures. So the world and general governance are shrinking, are closing within themselves after the coronavirus, and the offshoring is converts to non-offshoring. They're trying to go inside. This is the trend, and I don't know if this increases geopolitical risk. I think this is something to be discussed. To conclude and to recap, not to take up any more of your time, what have I talked about today? I talked about Greece's convergence process was reversed during the Greek crisis. The crisis cured the fiscal disequilibrium, yet the government debt remains a long-term constraint and burden. This is something we need to have in the back of our heads. And we can say that 2 or 3 years we're going to have fun and not think about the debt. No, we need to be careful because we have a huge burden that we carry on our shoulders. The crisis partially cured part of the cost competitiveness. We're still cost competitive, but we are still looking at what we are selling, what we're buying from abroad. We still have a structural deficit. It's small. We always had a current account deficit. We've always had it, but it's still there. The greatest headache right now and for the next 5 years is that we do not invest enough. Investment dropped from 25 to 10. It was to 10, now it's up to 13% of GDP. And this is another thing that needs to be resolved. We know, of course, we know the situation, and efforts are being made. And efforts are made to make investments in digitization and other relevant things where we need to turn our attention and our production. Productivity, in terms of productivity, we need to do to have some major efforts on skills. Is not what we teach to children, but how we teach it, and they need to learn techniques, modern techniques that are relevant with the market. We are lagging behind on all this. I showed you that the Southerners, the Spaniards, Italians, and ourselves, we are ranking worst amongst EU 27. We need to improve our environment. I didn't speak a lot about our competitiveness. I did not have the time to analyze that. I showed you some indicators regarding the delivery of justice and in general about the governance. Demographics are dismal. This is a problem. I didn't provide any solution because the solution has many facets. The external environment is indeed it's challenging. It's something that we always need to have in the back of our minds. Inflation and interest rates will be higher than a decade ago, but I don't think that's a problem. Economic policy uncertainty is lower in Greece than abroad. There is political stability in the country, and I think that we as Greeks we need to start thinking that what we produce and what we want to sell must be something that's high value added, and our market is a 7-8 billion of the entire planet and not the 10 million Greek population. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τον κύριο Χαρδούβα.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Hardouvelis. Please remain at the podium because there is at least one question, and I'm sure that there will be many more if we allow the audience to ask questions. Mr. Christodoulakis would like to ask you the question. Thank you very much. I think this is an extremely complete coverage of the economic landscape. You, at some point, highlighted the issue of economic justice. So this leads us directly to what we call economic inequality. And as you said, without a society, without a population, we can't go anywhere. Economic inequality creates a very big issue as regards incentives for the people, the things that people are willing to do or not to do. And we have, there are many examples worldwide of this. So, could you give us a policy-making proposition as regards the ex-post economic justice compared to ex-ante economic justice? Ex ante, you need a competitive framework, and ex post, you need to have set up the instruments that will allow people to follow, not to remain in the margins. In Greece, we first need to resolve the issue of how we produce value-added products. This is a primary concern. And at the same time, we need to also think about not leaving anyone behind. Ex post and ex ante. Ex post, we have seen, for instance, in the States, the economy is doing well, but still there's many people who have been left behind, and this creates a political problem. Trump was not a random phenomenon. He was elected by people who did not have a higher education and had been left behind, and the economy was transferred to Asia, and these people think that the foreigners were to blame. Economy needs to be balanced. If not, there are economic but also political issues. So these are issues that need to be taken into account. It's a more general question. Thank you very much. Very well, and we will now proceed to the first session, which is entitled Macro Risks in the Age of Social, Sovereign and Geopolitical Instability. Mr. Hardoulevelis exhaustively described the different shifts and movements. We have the national dimension of that, and this creates issues both in Greece and abroad. So let us look at the issues related to instability that we have to deal with. So I should like to ask, to give the floor to Dimitris Mangiaropoulos, who is the head economist and director of financial analysis and studies at the Bank of Greece. Mr. Mangiaropoulos, you have the floor, sir. Good morning, everyone. A big thank you to Mr. Konstantelos and the Icap management for inviting me. It is a great pleasure for me to participate in the conference. And I should also like to thank Mr. Hardoulevelis for giving us an overview of the Greek economy. I will be discussing the global economy. He also gave me the opportunity to discuss a number of issues because he discussed inflation, public debt, and the deglobalization. I will add climate change and digitalization, the AI, among these challenges for the next decades. But I will focus on the issue of inflation, since I believe that this sums up all the problems of the global economy, which they are reflected in inflation. So The title of my economy is Have Central Banks Won the Battle Against Inflation? And I will also speak as a representative of the central bank. I will speak in English, so
Icap, and have the opportunity to share with you some thoughts on the macro challenges of the world economy today. The times are indeed uncertain in many ways, compounding risks and policy dilemmas. Cyclical developments are interacting with profound structural changes, not least climate change and the digital transition, including transformative technologies like artificial intelligence. The continuum of unprecedented shocks that hit the global economy in the last few years has led to a long series of complex risks to manage. These risks, to name a few, relate to higher for longer interest rates, debt sustainability, financial stability, China's slowdown, commodity price volatility, as well as geoeconomic fragmentation and socio-political polarization. I decided to focus my remarks today on inflation, not only because I'm a central banker, but also because I think that inflation well summarizes the actual and expected outcomes of several underlying forces and distributions of risks. So far, historical regularities, the resilience of the economy, and market sentiment would suggest that the fight against inflation has been won at a small cost for growth. The fact that inflation is in a declining path and a hard landing of the global economy has been avoided in the first 2 years of aggressive monetary policy tightening has tempted many observers to argue that we are out of the woods and converging back to trend. Let me explain in the remainder of my speech why we must stay cautious and vigilant. The first reason is looming risks of persistent inflation and thus higher for longer interest rates. As an ECB executive board member recently noted, in about 90% of unresolved inflation episodes, inflation declined materially within the first 3 years after the initial shock, but then either plateaued at an elevated level or accelerated again. Inflation persistence in the short to medium term may be driven by mechanical dynamics if base effects from volatile energy and bond and food prices reverse from disinflationary to inflationary. Another important source of inflation persistent is indirect and second-round effects from price rigidities and the catch-up of wages to past inflation. As a result, inflation may be more persistent because downward adjustments of selling prices by firms will be smaller and less frequent, and increasing unit labor costs will be only partially absorbed by shrinking profit margins. In addition, structural changes like the rising share of services in the economy that are generally labor-intensive and less sensitive to interest rates, as well as prolonged labor market tightness due to shortages of workers and skills, could weaken monetary policy transmission and delay the disinflation process. Against this backdrop, it is obvious that the disinflation process critically depends on the strength and speed of monetary policy transmission to financial conditions and the real economy. Although bank lending rates and sovereign bond yields have responded strongly to policy rate hikes, notwithstanding the lags, risk premia in equity and corporate bond markets have remained rather compressed, implying looser than expected financial conditions overall. Historical regularities for advanced economies and the unseen yet effects of quantitative tightening suggest that further tightening of financial conditions are in the pipeline. A scenario of abrupt repricing of risk assets is more likely when private debt is high, inflationary pressures are more pronounced, interest rates are high, and asset valuations are stretched like today. Meanwhile, a set of factors have resulted in a muted transition of monetary policy to growth. First, real interest rates are still low by historical standards, even after the recent sharp increases, and hence aggregate expenditure remains relatively resilient. Moreover, there is still ample liquidity in the market following the low interest rates era and quantitative easing. The expansion of central banks' balance sheets has been outsized, and its unwinding remains very gradual. Second, structural changes like the higher share of fixed-rate mortgages during the low-for-long era has made indebted homeowners less sensitive to interest rate hikes. Companies are also less sensitive to interest rate hikes to the extent that they have issued long-term debt at a low cost during the period of low interest rates. Moreover, the increased importance of intangible assets in firms' capital may have also weakened the response of investment to increased cost of borrowing. Third, pandemic-related distortions such as excess savings and buoyant labor markets have helped keep private consumption robust. In the US, for example, excess savings of households are estimated at about $3 trillion of US dollars, that is about 15% of US GDP. Finally, loose fiscal policy, particularly in the US, has bolstered aggregate demand, muting the transition of monetary policy tightening to the real economy. The gradual dissipation of these factors should bolster monetary policy effectiveness looking forward. Looking further out, mega trends such as deglobalization and climate change could keep inflation elevated. The shift from offshoring to onshoring and friendshoring implies higher marginal costs for firms. In a recent corporate survey by the ECB, 60% of the respondent European multinationals confirmed that changes in their supply chains and production locations has pushed up prices over the past 5 years, while 45% expect such shifts to exert more inflationary pressures in the future. Meanwhile, extreme weather events and natural disasters are expected to become more frequent and disruptive, translating into negative supply shocks for the economy, while the green transition and climate adaptation policies will make conventional energy and critical inputs for producing clean energy more expensive. Carbon tax also needs to double or triple to achieve climate neutrality. Needless to say that geo-economic fragmentation and trade restrictions amid strategic competition would only aggravate price pressures globally. The second set of risks we face is fiscal risks, pertaining to a less favorable snowball effect, namely higher for longer interest rates coupled with weaker growth. The state has become more interventionist globally, underpinning economic resilience in times of compounding economic shocks. However, massive fiscal support packages during the recent crisis have soared public debt in advanced economies near historically record levels, contributing to high inflation. Recently, the credit rating of the US was downgraded owing to worsening fiscal prospects, which implies a steepening of the US yield curve, namely an increase in the term premium demanded by investors to hold US debt. Other countries like the UK, with a high share of inflation-linked debt, are confronted with a fast rise in debt servicing costs and nominal debt levels in an era of more persistent inflation. Elevated debt levels, coupled with higher for longer interest rates, push government bond yields higher. Rising debt servicing costs for governments are therefore here to stay and have a lasting effect on governments' ability to respond to crisis. Gross interest payments in 2024 for major advanced economies will be around 1 percentage point of GDP higher than in 2021. The cost of public borrowing is also set to remain high because investors may price in increased risk of debt distress ahead. Experience for past monetary tightening episodes suggests that long-term bond yields of highly indebted sovereigns tend to rise more strongly than those of less indebted ones. This reflects shifts in credit risk premia. Sovereign CDS spreads tend to widen much more for high indebted sovereigns amid changes of global financial conditions, not least those that reflect a monetary tightening. Further upward pressure on government bond yields stems from the reversal of large-scale asset purchases by major central banks during the period of quantitative easing. These purchases have been one reason why changes in long-term yields have not been sensitive to policy rate hikes in the past. As these purchases are now being reversed, the sensitivity of yields is likely to increase. The yield increases could be amplified by illiquidity in government bond markets, in particular in longer duration instruments. High levels of public borrowing, including sizable financing needs for the green transition and infrastructure investment to cope with climate change challenges, could keep interest rates up. Financial markets might struggle to absorb both the large supply of new debt and the debt withdrawal from central bank portfolios. In this setup, a repricing of government bonds could lead to financial market tensions. Beyond the short run, and conditional on the monetary policy reaction, dampened economic activity from renewed adverse supply shocks, also in light of the recent geopolitical turmoil, could outweigh the positive impact of higher inflation on debt ratios. Finally, we should not overlook stagflation risks. A new regime of higher inflation and lower growth remains a probability for the global economy. Natural disasters due to climate change lead to destruction of physical capital stock. Companies more exposed to climate risk will see their capital depreciate at a faster pace. Climate change adaptation policies will only partially compensate for this loss of capital stock. Green investments will reduce the economic cost of climate change, but there is so far no evidence that they will also boost long-term productivity growth. As a result, limited policy space, capital stock distraction, and its slow replacement due to the green transition, and long periods of subdued productivity growth, among others, could depress economic potential in the medium to the long run. In sum, the battle against inflation is not won yet. Maybe we are about to win the battle, but not the war. It is going to be a long and bumpy road in times of structural shifts and breaks, as the ECB President Christine Lagarde noted at Jackson Hole earlier this year. The last mile of disinflation is the hardest, so there is no room for complacency. Policymakers might be called upon to take bold or even radical decisions regarding the monetary and fiscal policy frameworks and tools, while international cooperation seems more needed than ever to address global challenges and macro risks. If there is one thing characterizing current times, this is uncertainty about the global growth prospects and the disinflation process, even in the absence of additional shocks. Yet, let us not forget that all times have been uncertain in history, and good leadership involves understanding the risks, preparing contingency plans, hedging the bets, and communicating uncertainty with confidence to steer expectations. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τον κύριο Μαλιαρόπουλο και συνεχίζουμε με το πρώτο μας.
Thank you, Mr. Maliaropoulos. Now we're going ahead with our first panel. I would like to ask Mr. Nektarios Notis, CEO of Notis Content and Services, to come and moderate this panel. I would now also like to call the panelists, Dr. Tassos Anastasatos, Group Chief Economist with Eurobank, Dr. Panagiotis Kapopoulos, Group Chief Economist with Alpha Bank, Dr. Ilias Lekos, Group Chief Economist at Piraeus Bank, Dr. Nikos Maginas, Chief Economist with National Bank of Greece, and of course Gerasimos Zeis, Managing Director at Radius Greece and Romania. Mr. Notis, you have 50 minutes for the panel. The time has already started.
Καλή σας ημέρα και από μένα. Νομίζω ότι...
Good morning. I think that Mr. Hardouvalis' presentation and Mr. Maliaropoulos' speech raised all the issue of the current landscape, the challenges and the prevailing risk in terms of where we stand, or rather where the Greek economy stands and the environment, what is happening internally, what is happening abroad. Now, we are going to try, not myself, but the panelists, the experts on the issue, we're going to try to have very interesting discussions on the macro risks for Greece at a time when we're talking about instability, but there are specific areas of instability, like social instability, fiscal instability, geopolitical instability, because of all the things that we all know. We don't need to discuss this. I believe that we all know this. We all experience that daily from each one of us from their position. So, we have an economy that in Q2 grew by 2.7%, and I'm going to start with Mr. Lekos. Should we be satisfied with this growth rate? Should we have higher expectations? Well, first of all, thank you to Icap for inviting me to attend this conference and participate in this panel. I think that Mr. Hardouvelis's presentation is a very good starting point, and saying that no, we must not be satisfied with this growth rate. Many people say that 2.7% is much better than the almost zero growth of the rest of the euro area, but having missed out on all these years of growth, and as Mr. Hardouvelis showed, that being at the end of the ranking in the economic scale, not only the euro area but the entire European Union, we should not be happy. And I'm saying this for a very specific reason. So, before the recovery of the Greek economy, before the RRF, before all these good things that have taken place in recent times, if we see that the Greek economy, ever since it resolved its issue with the memoranda 2015 onwards, it grows at 1.6, 1.7, 1.9%. That's where we stood until 2019. Which was the last normal year. So if, with the help of the RRF, with the help of Repower EU, the help of the laxing of the fiscal policy from the 4% surpluses to 2% surpluses, if the only thing we can demonstrate is that we grew from 1.9 to 2.7%, that is minimal. That's very little, and it's very little because, especially because we start from such a low base. So we should raise the bar of our expectations and of the requirements we have from any government. Yes, but we are at an environment of constant upheaval and disruption that started very strongly from the pandemic, supply chain, energy, high interest rates. For me, high interest rates are a disruption. So after all this multiple crises, Mr. Maginas, do you think that international economy and also Greek economy, is it stronger? Is it more resilient for this disruption? And are we used to dealing with such disruption, or the system is no more resilient and economies can no longer respond to that, but not only respond, but directly, immediately, promptly respond to the challenges? Very interesting question. Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to talk here. Mr. Kostandelos, Mr. Jays, Mr. Hardouvelis, and Mr. Erbos raised very interesting issues, and they covered all the aspects of the architecture and the concerns that are out there. Undoubtedly, what we saw, Mr. Hardouvelis showed a very interesting diagram for political uncertainty, and it is that, and this possibly reflects also other aspects, other facets of how society and economies respond to uncertainty, that large disruptions like the Ukraine seem to have a much lower impact than expected. Which means that although we had a decade of relative calm in the global economy, irrespective of the Greek crisis, it appears that the institutional capacity and the capabilities of economies, of supervisors, and the economy in general to address risk has been considerably upgraded. And maybe there is also misunderstanding of risks to a certain extent. For example, we see how easily the markets are reassured with just 1 or 2 days of good news in the Middle East. We see to what extent society and economy is familiar with bad news. It trusts to a good extent the ability of institution and monetary policy to hedge the risks. And so, yes, I agree to one part of the question that undoubtedly the ability of international economy to absorb shocks has improved, but there's also a second issue, a second aspect that of societies where an economy in a global setting that has had consecutive crises, and it has used tools of monetary and fiscal tools, the ability to address other crises, because Mr. Mariliopoulos also discussed a large number of bonds that banks retain. On the one hand, we are sure that it's been a year and a half of great rise in interest rates. We see the increase of inflation, but on the other hand, we know that this setting is still under great state support. So the concern is still there, and if something major happens, we're knowing that one part of the arsenal, the fiscal arsenal, and in terms of the bonds, is still being used to a great extent. So without being very positive, I'm still somewhat optimistic with the growth of the global economy and the Greek economy, which is in a better condition. But in essence, there is a concern that a large part of the arsenal has already been used in case of anything bad reappears. Now, to what extent, Mr. Nasasatos, we should be concerned, and to what extent a recession of the Eurozone should concern the Greek economy, given also the challenges of the Greek economy. I heard Mr. Kardouvelis talk about the demographics. You at Eurobank has demonstrated the importance of this issue. To what extent this should concern us? Well, it's not our based on the key scenario. The key scenario is a soft landing. Some quarters of stagnant inflationary pressures in the European economy, some exporting economies like Germany. We're going to technical deficit already, technical recession. And the ECB and governments will try to reduce it, to do that to a low growth and not go into a deep recession. But this is still a possibility that we will not manage that. Why? Because we see that, and Mr. Maliaropoulos mentioned that, we see that although that there has been some deflation, the last part of inflation is very difficult to combat because we've exhausted some weapons and tools we have in our arsenal. The last part of dealing with the inflation is the most hard. It's a tail risk, but it's not the base scenario. That is one part. The other part of the spectrum is to avoid the recession, but it might turn out to be more difficult to do away with the inflation even more than the conservative analysts consider, because what appears as a regular situation in recent period is an insistence and persistence of the core of inflation. The core of inflation appears to have a stickiness to it. Now, this shows that it's going to take more time to address it, which means that we're going to have a longer period with high rates and possibly a delay in the normalization of the monetary policy at we're talking higher rates than that now. Now, I'd say that most analysts, including ourselves, would think that we have reached the highest point of our interest rates. Of course, we can't exclude any further increase, but we're possibly at the height of interest rates. The question is to what extent we're going to stay there, and at what steps we're going to have the drop in interest rates. There is a possibility that this will delay, and this adds to some idiosyncratic difficulties of the Greek economy, not only as regards the issue of investors that Mr. Kardouvelis discussed, and this is a pivotal pivotal issue of the Greek economy. Let me remind the audience today that are not familiar with this. It steady prices the Greek economy during the debt crisis has lost 100 billion of capital reserves. This means that investments will need to grow by 8 to 10% in actual terms, namely 12 to 13% in nominal terms, on average for the next 10 years in order to reach the levels of 2008, which is a requirement to get the people back, and the people are not coming back because the Greek economy has not the depth to generate enough well-paid jobs because they do not have the investment debt required. And let me say that I'm a bit more concerned, that was already been mentioned, for the issue of the external debt. The external debt is descaling from the very high, no, the deficit, the current account deficit, I'm sorry, it scales down from 10.8% that it was last year, but indications show that it's going to be above 7% this year, despite the drop in the fuel prices, because one part is structural. Consumption, the country's consumption and production depend to a great extent from imported raw materials and interim products. And as the economy grows, this will remain. And to conclude, there are issues in the external environment in the euro area. I believe that we will continue in the same condition, but we should remain vigilant because we have our own problems, and the only way to address them is to apply the reforms much quicker. So there were some disagreements with the balance with what Mr. Anastasatou said. Mr. Kapopoulos, I was reading the fund's study yesterday about the Greek economy, which in terms verifies the growth rates for 23. For 24, they're a bit more reserved, but it says that to a great extent this depends on maintaining and increasing agricultural production. But we've been talking about the change of production model. We need to go into something new. There have been some efforts where we have seen some efforts in recent years, but is this what we're looking for? Increase growth through private consumption? First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to attend. Yes, well, your question is very interesting. Usually economies examine the risk, and the first thing we do when we talk, first thing to see when we talk about the short term or the longer term. The issue of the change of the production model, it is an issue, as Mr. Hardouveli said in his presentation, a set of long-term risks. In essence, resolving these rules is the change of the production model. The issue of consumption, when you talk about a short term, because that's where the risks lie, the consumption is something that should concern you whether you're going to get a soft landing scenario or not. And consumption really did help these years. There was an impressive increase in the post-pandemic landscape. I'd say that if one was to quantify the risks, and the short-term risks, and if we challenge the issue whether it's going to be 2.4, 2.5 or 3% growth in 2024, one thing is, of course, the impact of natural disasters we've had, which seems that thanks to the fiscal measures that we have ahead, we're not going to see any. We're going to have a cancel out of this impact in the next quarters on the GDP, and this is important. And we see some of effects on the inflation as well. And another risk, and Tassos mentioned it earlier, the issue of the impact from external demand, namely to what extent the European recession will affect this. This has to do with consumption. A large part of consumption in Greece comes from external demand, especially during the summer months. What does that mean? It means practically that there is a risk. There is a statistical great correlation between the Greece's growth rates compared to EU, because 60 or 70% of tourist arrivals come from EU and more than 50% of goods. that we export go to the EU. So there is yet another risk, and of course, consumption affects uncertainty, and all this and all the geopolitical impact affects that. We saw that consumption in 2023 and the forecast for 2024 is that this is it's going to support the growth rate, and this is very important to have support of consumption because 70% of Greek GDP is consumption. Therefore, if you want to change your production model, you can't go there. You can't change. You can't correct the chain while you're there. You're riding. You have to have the support of consumption. And indeed, especially in 2022, consumption was very important for Greece because along with inflation, the country managed, not only with government's actions, it managed to have a marginal fiscal surplus, which came as a result of increased VAT revenues. But the change of the production model, which is what we want when concerns a longer time horizon, as we saw from the graphs of Mr. Hardouvelis, we, in 2004, when we were organizing the Olympic Games, we were close to 90% of the available revenue of Europe. We were reaching the target of 90%. We have dropped now considerably. But in order to achieve this convergence, we need to have some things that, if I were to sum them up into just three variables of the economy, and if we touch upon these three things, it's the things that will have to affect is labor, capital, productivity. These are the key elements of the economy in Greece that needs to be changed. In Greece, we have the major problem that, one, as Tassos said earlier, we are 100 billion reduced capital. The issue of labor, employment, the population has dropped considerably. We have the brain drain that affected us considerably because quality people have left. We have the population aging. We have the results of the low fertility rates in the 90s. We see it. So employment and population are declining, and of course productivity is also at a bad state, because let's not forget that when you have a decade of low investments, you do not only lag behind in terms of losing your physical capital. When you don't invest, you do not apply, you do not integrate new technology. In this decade that Greece did not invest, there were indeed revolutionary changes in technology. So let me just state one thing to what has been said. Yes, there's a great investment gap, but let's not forget that a major part has to do with disappearance of investment in housing. Of course, they don't have the same multiplier effect in the Greek economy than investments in mechanical equipment, etc. Indeed, I was also reading some figures of statistical agencies showing that the available workforce in absolute numbers is lower than the pre-memoranda levels, and this confirms all that you just described. So to go and discuss the issues of daily business, day-to-day business management. You're all executives here. We understand what this means. So we have an environment of uncertainties. Mr. Jay's talking about whether we're going to insure our credits. It's like, why doesn't everybody insure their homes? A very accurate question, Nektar. Thank you for the question. Now, after all that we've heard from the expert and all these threats to policy, etc., credit insurance for me is a one-way street, and it's an institution that's no longer something new in Greece. It's been around for 30 years in Greece, and it has the beauty of unraveling many benefits for businessmen using credit insurance. There is a sense that credit insurance in the insurance product, it's not an insurance product, if you'll allow me. It is a financial tool that offers multiple benefits. One of them is protection, avoiding bad debts, and because credit insurance protects the company against customer default. If we sell products or services and the client does not pay, the insurance company will pay the damages from this bad debtor. I think the Greek market experienced that 7 years ago with the haircut on the Marinopoulos debts, which was a large part. There are other cases, not just the Marinopoulos debt. Let's not go into that, but we've had many. So that was one of the big cases. This was the most important case, and Atreides was the only company that indemnified Marinopoulos suppliers who had taken out credit insurance. And this insurance, because it is provided through credit lines, this means that we need to rate the credit rating of the debtors. To do that, we use the historical data we have for the debtor and the financial data we have. We combine this and we have a better picture, and we decide whether we're going to offer this insurance or not. So when we approve the credit limit and when we insure a debtor, that's where our job starts. It doesn't end there, it starts there. The data that we insure goes into a database. In the Atreides we have a database of 200 million companies globally whose credit rating we update very often using AI and technology we've invested in, and we know every day how these clients are doing. And when we have the suspicion of that our client is not doing well, then we're going to inform the clients, the insured persons, to reduce their exposure. Another thing that we can do is offer safe growth opportunities, because when one insures, its credits can sell to new clients, new markets, or even new markets, new countries, without fearing of suffering any bad debts. So they have credit lines to sell to new markets, and they can sell very quickly without fearing any bad debt. And one final point is the issue of indemnity. When we talk about insurance, meaning that monies are lost, so we pay back, we indemnify 90% of the claim, and at the latest, in 6 months of the initial payment date, or when the client goes defaults at latest, or the latest 6 months from the original due date. The insured does nothing to go after the bad debtor. We go after the bad debtor with our own resources, our own expenses, but irrespective of that, we indemnify at a specific time point. And let me just say that credit insurance is the only insurance product in the insurance industry where the insured knows beforehand when they're going to get their indemnity payment. These are very valuable things, because we insure the most valuable thing of any organization, which is their cash flow. A question for all 4 chief economists of the systemic banks we have here. It's a huge discussion, and we see this as so the discussion behind the effectiveness of the rate increase tool to reduce the inflation. The fund, after all this time of applying the measures of interest rate increases, so what's the bottom line? The bottom line is positive or negative after so many interest rate increases? Let me clarify one thing. For the policy of the ECB, right? Yes, but if you have something for the other side of the Atlantic, because I like them on how quickly they make decisions. Well, it's the phenomena has many factors in order to examine phenomenon, because it's a different world, it's a different labor market, different business market, different barriers for input output. But talking about Europe, I think that okay, we can recognize that there is a recognition and implementation lag in Europe. We saw that in the first phase of the problem. This definitely had a cost, had a loss, but the decisions were made. the rates in which interest rates rose brought about results. The results are visible. Obviously, the interest rate increase policy has a different effectiveness when we're talking about a world where there is a demand-driven shock compared to a cost-driven shock. The problem in what we experience now was that initially we had a demand-driven shock because in reality all the fiscal measures, all the monies that flowed in both sides of the Atlantic, both a disequilibrium between demand and supply because the supply had been hit by the supply chains. There was a policy there, there was a lag there, but the second part, the part that was a cost-driven inflation after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, from that point onwards, the energy prices grew. The effectiveness of that tool weakened, but it started having effect with such a lag, and I believe that also thanks to the fact that energy prices then dropped, we saw considerable effectiveness of the tool, and now it seems that inflation is starting to drop at a more rapid pace in the euro area. Already the most recent figures show that we are reaching a point, but I believe that, as Mr. Malliaropoulos also discussed, the central bank must invest some time to see whether this is a permanent drop or not. It is important that Greece right now has 3.4 inflation, more than the euro area, which is probably also due to the natural disaster that we've had. And I believe that in 2024, and provided we don't have new shocks, we said that we are in perma-crisis. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 2024. We experienced an external demand shock with the pandemic. We experienced an energy cost shock from the invasion. So we can't possibly know what's in store for us ahead. But if things go normally, so I share the opinion that in 2024 we're going to see the first efforts, and if we see that the inflation is constantly below 3%, which is the target, and we're going to see the first reductions in interest rates, and hopefully we're going to see effectiveness on the opposite direction. Because this is not only to stop inflation, but it's a tool for growth. But there is a however here. During the negative interest rate period, we didn't see any considerable impact on investments in Europe. So this is a big question mark for the period for the drop of interest rates. Just 1 point for the US.
It is really impressive, and we should give it some thought, that although the interest rates are higher than the European ones, there is no slowing down of the US economy. The growth was 4.9% recently. I think that what differentiates their economy to the European one is the speed with which the economy reacts to the internal and external changes. Despite any changes in the economy, in Europe we have become we are still more inflexible as far as our reactions are concerned. No, answering your main question, comparatively to our starting point, the results on the inflation is rather good. We started from 12% last year, and this year it's approximately 4%. But why did we go up to 12%? It is a result of different global policies, and also as a result of the QE, the very high level of QE of previous years. We should not forget that it is not, we should not only be concerned with the high interest rates, but the balance sheet of the Bank of Greece. They have expanded their balance sheet. They have recently started to shrink it, but this is not enough, and it's a possible potential weakness for the future. So I believe that the progress rate is quite satisfactory, but as we heard from the authority himself, we still have some way to go. Yeah, well, the basic points were pointed out by my colleagues, but if the issue is that if we believe that we are in global conditions where we will have higher inflation for a longer time because of the reverse of globalization, lack of or shortage of raw materials, the China narrative is coming to some end. Maybe according to the basic scenario, and maybe my colleagues disagree, we are returning to an environment that is different from the previous decade, where the characteristics were not the expected one. And maybe the point of equilibrium for Europe will be at the 2.5 to 3%. So if Europe has to proceed with the same level of unemployment, etc., this will be the result of a new global shock, and we will use its potential to absorb the shock. So we should be prepared for a world whereby interest rates will not go back to what they were in the last 10 years. They may be kept at a lower rate this year, but we will never go back to the 2021 levels. And interest rates are also joining the other factors that create this continuum. And this is pertinent because international infrastructure has the necessary reflexes for adapting to these challenges. In the past, this was used to be deemed an academic characteristic. Now, a preemptive reaction is required by banks and other corporations. So we see that the bank's credit risk management has to incorporate a number of multitude of risks in their framework. And the climate risks, what the continuum can be summed up in is that shocks may end, but the preparation for the incorporation of these shocks will never cease. So this is the big challenge for the global economy, not only interest rates, but the synthesis of many different factors. And Mr. Jace mentioned the effectiveness of liquidity and insurance management. We have management of climate risks, and we have goals for reduction of emissions, etc. And this is a mega trend that is being incorporated in our models. On the other hand, reality tells us that many of the natural disasters are with us much earlier than expected and create a number of challenges. So the probability of a natural disaster is much higher than expected, and it has not been adequately absorbed by the insurance sector. If Daniel had struck Attica, we wouldn't have been able to quantify this disaster. So we are optimistic because the system is preempting situation, trying to take into account different risks, but this has a cost, and there is always a latent or a hidden competition, just like in the case of interest rates, also in this case, there are always neighbors who do not comply or take this road. So interest rates are just one piece of the puzzle. To me, it seems natural for us to live with higher interest rates, but I'm concerned with all the other range of risks that we may be faced with, despite the fact that the Greek economy is in a better condition. Now, I listened to the colleagues, but I think I beg to differ, especially as regards whether the the central bank was effective in the ECB was just out of luck, because how can you deal with monetary policy when the economy is slowing down? We cannot achieve easily a balance between demand and supply. If we look at the Greek economy since the year 2000, it's 7 quarters. It's the European economy is at 0.1, 0.2 during the past quarters, and nothing seems to be changing for the next 2 or 3 quarters. We will still be there. Therefore, the ECB was called upon to deal with a number of shocks that are not the result of an overheating of the economy. And the only risk, because of the consecutive supply shocks, the only risk is that this high inflation will arrive at the table of the average European citizen. If the average European citizen is able to understand this, then we have to manage their expectations, and therefore I have an objection for the fact that interest rates can remain high for longer. If we move away from 4%, what does the market expect in 3 years' time? They have already compounded the narrative of central banks, of the narrative of the central banks. Forwards are at 3%. This is exactly what Nikos said. I believe that all these shocks that the economy has suffered may have led many to believe that the level of equilibrium of interest rates has gone up, but I believe that this is at 1.5%. It's probable that the colleagues are right and I'm wrong, and more probable that the central bankers are right. But if this point of equilibrium is not at 3% but at 1.5, this means that because of an error, the monetary policy will remain at this level for much longer than necessary. So this growth, European growth at around 0 for a longer period will happen if finally it is shown that interest rates will remain at 1.5 rather than at 3%. We have concluded a very interesting debate. Mr. Jace, you represent a credit rating company. You analyze things. So I try to understand how it would be possible for credit rating and premium to be to work. All around me, I have friends from companies which finance, which fund. This is not what we do. Any company, just like ours, does not do this. But we have set up processes on the basis of which our customers can have access to cheaper and easier funding from the banking system. How does this happen? When you insure your credit, then you reduce the risk for your company to suffer a fatal bad credit situation. And many companies fail not because they have huge debts or little capital or small turnover. No, they fail when they lack liquidity. That's how they die. And that is why we say that we ensure liquidity, which is the most important part of any financial body. So by ensuring credit, we insure against a fatal default. So those who finance companies take that seriously into account because they understand the obvious that the risk that they are financing is much lower. So it's a much more attractive risk, and therefore they are able to disburse more easily. On top of that, when one has credit insurance, they can hand over the receivables to the financial organizations. There are credit limits which can act as a collateral which is A-rated, because Atradius, which is rated by Moody's, etc., as A, we provide limits which are an extremely sure, certain collateral. The guarantee is very high. So if they can provide our receivables from us to the bank, then banks feel safer and provide the valuable funding at a lower cost and much more easily. From the point of view of statistics, let me tell you that 1 out of 4 insured customers, insured persons in Greece who come to us, does not do that because they are afraid of a bad debt. Maybe they should be afraid of that, but that's a different story. No, they do it because they cannot have access to funding. They cannot have access to low-cost working capital. So they come to us, they insure their credit, and they go to the banks which are present here, and they get their funding. This is a practice that is quite common in the market. That is cooperation with credit insurance organizations with the banks. I think that the discussion with the chief economists of the banks can go on forever and ever, but it's time for us to conclude. We thank you very much to the panelists. We now break and we will return.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά και τους πανελίστες μας και τον κύριο Νότ.
Thank you very much, and our panelists and Mr. Notis. Let me just tell you that this is a 20-minute break. 20-minute break. Thank you.
Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank. Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank.
Αγαπητοί συνεδροί,
Dear participants, kindly take your seats so we can resume.
πολύ ωραία. Χαίρομαι γιατί είστε
I'm very happy to see that you are all back. So after this much needed break, moving on to the second session of the conference today, entitled Climate Change and ESG Risk in Debt Equity Corporate Finance. Climate change is a key risk factor in terms of ESG sustainability regarding the non-reversibility of results it brings. How does ESG framework shape the new terms of corporate finance? In this session, we're going to have two speeches and one panel discussion. I would like to, first of all, call to the floor Mr. Christos Adam, General Director, Risk Management with the Eurobank Group. Mr. Adam, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Icap for the invitation, specifically Mr. Konstantelos for the honor of inviting me to speak at yet another Icap conference. The subject matter today has to do with climate change, this ESG risk, which is a key factor in debt and equity corporate finance. What we can say, starting my presentation, has to do with the fact that climate change and ESG risks bring radical changes in the business model and the bank's risk management, leading to new challenges and opportunities. Assessment of this risk is important both for banks as well as corporates, impacting their business strategy as well as the debt and equity financing transactions. What are the key challenges? This will be the main focus of my presentation today, which is split into four key factors, or rather key challenges. The first has to do with regulatory compliance, which is related to the increasingly stringent regulations announced in recent years that require considerable compliance effort. Second, the ESG risk assessment, which will affect the resilience of corporates to climate risk events affecting portfolio quality of banks. Third, ESG criteria, integration of ESG criteria and underwriting, or the breakdown by sector and specific targets. And the fourth challenge is the financed impact strategy. Let's just discuss the climate change challenges. These have to do with, first of all, the physical risks and the transition risks. Businesses will have to face increased operational and financial challenges due to climate-related events, like the recent floods or wildfire that can cause damage to assets. We recently have these two large destructions in a country last September. The second has to do with transition risks. These are business-related risks on the transition towards a carbon-neutral economy that arise from the adoption of climate and environmental policies. And to be a little bit more specific with regard to the financial implications and opportunities, the climate-related risks may have direct financial implications for companies and affect the bank's portfolios. Now we have the introduction of a carbon tax rate that could, of course, impact the profitability of businesses. The shift of business model towards greener activities For example, activities have to do with RES power production. Then the use, or rather greener technology requirements to respond to climate transition, and as I said earlier, physical events such as floods and wildfires that have considerable impact on the performance of corporates. Addressing climate change, on the other hand, does create opportunities. Opportunities with the financing of investments in RES, investment in green sustainability bonds issued by corporates, and financing with inclusion of sustainability targets such as reduction of emissions and reduction in energy consumption. This is a green asset ratio which will have to be disclosed by banks and have to do with financing and greener investments regarding the total asset of banks. Next, we're going to discuss understanding the ESG factors, environmental, social, and governance factors. So, as regards ESG factors, starting with the first aspect, environmental, these issues have to do with carbon emissions, the energy usage, water usage, and biodiversity and ecosystems management, with air, water, and soil pollution, and of course waste management. As regards the social aspect, this refers to the company's relationship with its stakeholders and its impact on society, including labor practices, including a workplace and fair wages, also community engagement, and how business works with society, and various charity engagements and efforts, product quality and safety, and of course health and safety, as well as data privacy and information security. This has to do with data and how well a business is organized in terms of data security. Finally, in terms of governance, this has to do with the structure, the board composition, and the independence of board members. What is now quite clear that all supervisory authority want board members to be independent of management, that boards have very limited participation from management of companies, ethics and compliance, shareholder rights, and corporate transparency. Now, what about significance in underwriting? This has to do with ESG factors that have become an integral part when banks assess the risks of companies. This has to do with how companies, how corporates have included the risks, and shows the ability of companies to adapt to changing market conditions and regulatory requirement. And finally, when a company is in a position to address ESG issue, this can definitely enhance a company's reputation, attract investors, and potentially lead to lower cost of borrowing. Now, let's discuss a regulatory framework which has to do both with banks and corporates. As you may notice, and many of you may have read and seen, the regulatory framework is becoming increasingly stringent and complex as regards banks. The EBA and the ECB have issued various guidelines which pertain to both loan management, loan origination, and loan monitoring, and how banks extend loans. Also, there are other directives that have to do with risks, risk management policies, and another risk and what banks have to do is they have to disclose their analysis and accounts on a quarterly, half-yearly, and yearly basis. This is the Pillar 1 framework for banks that has a set of metrics that have to be disclosed in regular intervals. Now, there's, as regards the companies, there's a corporate responsibility reporting directive. And this is a directive that obliges corporates to publish, to disclose various information about sustainability, their ESG strategy, how they measure the various factors, the targets that they're setting, and of course what are the policies with regard to climate, society, and governance. Finally, in Greece as well, there is the national climate law, according to which, starting this year, corporates will have to disclose information about their carbon footprint and scope 1 and 2 emissions. Continuing with regulatory compliance, let's refer to the developments in the Greek market in response to the ESG and climate change ecosystem. First of all, we have here 5 sections. The first section has to do with the company's climate transition. We see that an increasing number of corporates, especially very large ones, have embarked on the climate transition journey by disclosing various targets, and most of those companies aim at achieving net zero by 2050 with interim targets by 2030. There's approximately 30 companies that are at an advanced stage, but there are another 140 companies which are starting disclosing sustainability reports with various information. The second has to do with physical risk events. As we said earlier, the recent wildfires and floods highlight the need for corporates to assess their resilience in climate-related events. And another very important fact is that Greek businesses of any size must now think how they should get better insurance coverage for these risks. Unfortunately, we realized that most companies were fully uninsured. These risks are now part of our lives. It turns out that anything can happen. You saw that especially regarding the floods in Thessaly, the amounts of water of precipitation was immense. There was a year's precipitation in just a week, and we never know what's going to happen, so insurance is absolutely vital. The third category has to do with Greek banks' sustainable financing. Now, Greek banks in recent years have started extending green financing. They have approximately extended 10 billion of sustainable financing. It's a major sum, and is also supported by RRF funds and financing. A fourth point, a fourth factor, has to do with a regulatory framework. As part of this new climate law, Greek companies are required to disclose a lot of information for their emissions on an annual basis, and this starts November this year. Moreover, upcoming CSRD disclosure will enhance the visibility, the transparency of corporate practices on addressing ESG risk and the company's ESG strategy. Finally, as regards availability of ESG data, various initiatives have been undertaken by the state and by banks that will contribute to the provision of important data as regards the questionnaire that I mentioned earlier, the ESG questionnaire, the Interbank ESG questionnaire, and the Energy Performance Certificate database. And this is very important for all real estate in order to get loans. Moving on, I'm going to discuss the Interbank initiative regarding collection and assessment of ESG data. Further to regulatory requirements and international practices, the banks, the 4 key systemic banks in the country, has decided and have agreed to collect a set of data to shape a questionnaire addressed to corporates, and this questionnaire has two types, actually. A very complex one that has to do with large corporates, and a much simpler one for smaller companies. This questionnaire, the banks, in collaboration with their consultants, they have prepared this questionnaire, which is simple as possible to fill in, so as not to add an additional burden and cost to businesses. Furthermore, in some specific sectors, in energy, oil and gas, transportation, manufacturing, there is an additional set of questions that corporates will have to provide answers to. All this will be included in platform. Will be the same for banks, so that each company will have to answer the questionnaire once and not one time for every bank. So this will reduce their cost. Of course, I'm not going to discuss the entire slide. This is a very information-rich slide and has to do with indicative, dimensioned, and type of ESG data to be requested by corporates. This has to do with the existence of ESG policy and processes, the historical performance of key ESG metrics for the last 2 years, and has to do with the targets set by corporates and their commitments on these issues. There are three categories here. First of all, for the environment, society, social and governance, and we refer specifically to a multitude of factors that touch upon these three areas. I'm not going to go into details. You can see this, and this presentation will be made available to you if you want to read it in greater detail. Moving on, and as regards the risk assessment on the part of the banks for ESG issues, we have three key areas here. The first is an ESG questionnaire, which will be addressed to specific clients, and depending on the size of the company, the sector it operates in, and there are going to be specific points will be collected from the businesses. The second is, after filling in the questionnaire, there's going to be an ESG score, which will score each section, environmental, social, and governance, and this will lead to a final score. This score will be integrated into the company's key rating. It will not repair the rating, but it will be one additional element that will improve, ameliorate, or deteriorate the company's ratings. So banks should now define specific actions required. They should also harmonize their credit policy manuals based on the new data. Now, what will be the bank strategy with regarding financing or we have three types of businesses. The mature businesses, the very large companies said earlier, that's approximately 1% of total number of corporates, which starting last year they have been disclosing various important and detailed information regarding the ESG performance. The second category of businesses, which is a great majority, approximately 99% of the total number of businesses, they're immature, because they are just now realizing what they will need to do with regard to their obligations, the profile they need to have in terms of ESG, and how aware they need to be on these issues. Thirdly, there is a third category. There is the highly impacted industries, because namely industries that are affected by ESG, especially when we talk about oil and gas industry. Banks will definitely help these businesses in the day after with new products in order to enable the transition period and help have a short transition period, because these businesses need to maintain their profitability. So the banks will create a set of products specifically for these companies. Since time is running out, I would like to, in conclusion, to talk about the key takeaways from this presentation. First, climate change and ESG risks bring radical changes in banks' credit underwriting and risk management, leading to new challenges and opportunities. Assessment of these risks is important both for banks as well as corporates in order to leverage financing opportunity and avoid greenwashing risks. As you possibly have seen in various publications, large banks have been accused of false financing, green financing, and they have had great sanctions imposed on them. Third, EU and the Greek state are also setting the regulatory ground for enhancing the transparency of ESG information from the corporates. Fourth, banks as well as large corporates are constantly taking new steps for the climate transition of the economy. And fifth, and most importantly, green banking cannot exist without green transition of the economy and vice versa, thus raising the need for close cooperation of all involved parties, banks, corporates, and supervisors. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ακριβώς 20 λεπτά.
Exactly 20 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Adam. Next speaker, Mr. Daniele Vergari, my colleague, Executive Director of Global Transformation Services of Crif.
Kalimera.
Good morning.
My colleague. He should have been here, unfortunately, for personal reasons, he cannot. So let me, how would I switch to the PPT? Let me just take it from where the very prestigious speakers that were on the stage before me, yes, okay, thank you. They have touched upon different points about climate change and the impact that climate change may have on the economy. I will focus, I will just basically drill down to one very specific aspect of climate change. I will be focusing on physical risk, and I will show you basically how this translates basically into impacts on the economy, on the health of a business or of a banking portfolio. So this is the three points. I will basically take you through what is physical risk. So just real evidence, okay? Just what are we talking about? Then second point, how we can handle physical risk. So what are the tools that are currently available, and what is the level of awareness that we all have about them? And then I will close with some very short conclusions. Climate change. Sadly, to see these images, you are very familiar with as well, starting from the left, Emilia-Romagna, this is where our HQ is basically located. Estimated damages, 8.8 billion. Agricultural firms, basically in that area, most of them were affected. And the operational capacity was basically put at danger. All the trees, apricot trees destroyed, so there is no way that you can recover it. You need to move to other places. And before getting the trees working again, I mean, it will take time. Thessaly, you know that, so I don't need to spend any words on this. Damages, 300 million, but I mean, the government or the region was forecasting something like 1.5 to billion as damages. And then recently, Tuscany, near Florence. Leather and textile industry is very strong in that region. The point is, these are not rare. I mean, these are rare, but these are becoming less rare, let's say. We are getting, unfortunately, used to such rare events, and they are quite hurting the people and the businesses. And you can see, I mean, the images are quite clear. Now, how does it work, basically? I mean, Mr. Adam has already introduced us to how a bank would take ESG risks into consideration, and he also mentioned physical risk. So think about a bank granting a loan to a business, or granting a loan in the same way to a consumer to buy a flat, so a mortgage loan, backed by the flat itself. Risks, flood risk, that can have an impact. So you saw the water basically covering the building, covering the land. So what does it mean in real terms? Either the flat can be depreciated because of the damages, huge damages that the flat can have, or the company operational ability will be highly damaged. So I used to produce something in that area, but now my raw goods, my machineries are destroyed because of the flood. So I will take time to recover. That means that on one side, the value of the asset is depreciated, or the ability of the business to produce revenues, to produce value, has been affected. And if this is affected, this can impact on the credit risk, either of the mortgage obligor in the case of the flat, or in the case of the business itself. So this is a very simplified effect, but it's just linking the pictures that we saw earlier on to what this means in terms of impact on the bank's portfolio risk. We talked about losses. What you see in this chart, where you see LGD is the loss the bank may incur, will incur in case it's expected to incur in case a loan goes into default. Okay, this is real evidence coming from some projects that we are carrying out. What you see on the left is those exposures classified with the low exposure to flood risk, and on the right of the bar chart, you have those classified as high flood risk. That percentage of loss in case of consumer LGD is 15% points higher than in case of high flood, exposure to high flood. It becomes nearly 7 points for SMEs. When it comes to corporates, expected loss, it comes to nearly 10-11%. And this is a clear evidence of how being exposed to some risks would actually turn into potential economic loss for banks. We have been taken also in the previous panel session, there has been a lot of discussion about such risks, and there is also quite a strong awareness of them. You see, this is a survey carried out by the ECB in the past, in 2022. You see the awareness, basically, in 21, 22, and you see how it has increased by banks. It's also quite interesting to see the chart on the right. You see the red area on the top is the percentage of banks that were not having any tool to understand their physical risk, exposure to physical risk. Orange, somewhat something, very basic. Green and dark green is the very good practice, let's say. And you see as that was in 2021, and you see how situation has improved in 2022. So ECB is pushing, and financial institutions are also investing quite a lot in this. Now, this is the current situation in terms of climate risk. We saw some examples, but what are the solutions? How far can we go? We talked about here basics, no solutions at all, the red, basic solutions, the orange. But there is, the small area, the green, which is going for the leading solution. So technology and data are actually helping quite a lot. These are some items and concepts that have been introduced in the panel session, also by Mr. Adam earlier on. But I will just be focusing on, this is all having to do with climate risk. I will be just focusing on the last item, which is the physical risk. So basically, physical risk is the risk of getting damaged by natural events. We saw the picture, the flood, for instance. It was mentioned also the wildfire in Greece has been quite relevant source of risk. Now, this is an example. It comes from a very exotic location, if you like, but I will show you something also about Greece. But this is just to introduce how two different companies, which are located, the 2 points on the map, are just 1.5 kilometers away one from the other. But they are exposed to very differently to a natural risk. If we talk about extreme wind, we see how company A is rated green in the chart. Company B is instead highly affected, but why is that? If we go into the morphology of the territory, what we get is that A is basically in the downtown, is protected, is surrounded by buildings. So wind, extreme wind is not that high risk for that. There may be, but it's not being affected. Whereas company B is located uphill. And the morphology of the territory in this case makes a difference because we know that company B is more exposed to that. And this is the level of analysis that we are able to carry out in order to estimate the likelihood that the impact of climate risk and physical risk in this case. I showed you the example of Emilia-Romagna, where our HQ is located. This is an example of Faenza, it's a town south of Bologna. It was heavily affected by flood. Where you see in the map, the orange dots are the area that were actually flooded. The blue one are the ones where we estimated high risk of flood. So basically, what we were able, it was just a backtest of the solution that we built. Basically, in the highly affected, or the areas, when we say about areas, I mean cells or tiles of 100 meters times 100 meters. This is the level of granularity that we can achieve on flood risk, for instance. Okay, so we start from the geographical coordinates of an asset, be it a residential real estate or be it a business, and we are able to understand exactly in the 100 square meters, basically 100 times 100 meters tile, what is the risk of in this case, flood. In the highly risk, in the areas that were identified as high risk, more than 1 out of 2 companies, out of 2 buildings were actually flooded. So basically 52% in the case 55, whatever it was. And this is, again, an example of how accurate the methodology and the technology would allow us to be in terms of forecasting. This is a similar case for nuclear area about wildfire. Okay, where you see the tiles, well, the large tile is it's a 1 kilometer, but the small tiles that you maybe can spot, those squares that you can spot, is 100 meters times 100 meters. This is again the granularity that we can achieve. And in this area, we are able to identify, where the map, the tile is very red, the risk is very, very high. Where the tile is yellow or anyway brighter, the risk is very low. And then again, we are able to identify, based on the morphology of the territory, the areas that are more likely to be affected, in this case, by wildfire, and the areas that are less likely to be affected by the wildfire risk, because the morphology of the territory will tell us that. Bushes, basically, are also surrounding the point that we identified, and that's why the risk is quite high in that area. Fluvial flood for Neokori area, again, similar example as the one we saw earlier. There is one point which is on the map located uphill, so there is the risk, very low risk of getting flooded, and there is a river going, you can see, that sort of line of blue line, dark blue, which is the river bed. Areas located very close to the riverbed would be more likely to be affected by flood. But then again, altitude would be considered in that case. The morphology of the territory would be considered in that case. And this is just, again, an example of how physical risk can be tackled. So it was mentioned earlier on the need to understand and to measure how much physical risk can affect a company or a bank. And this is the very, very starting point. We see this risk, but behind the risk, these tiles, there is also the economic assessment of the expected loss, annual loss generated by the adverse natural event. If we talk about a business, what is the loss of revenues likely, the company is likely to have in case of a negative climate event. And this is also quite interesting. This is a comparison between Greece today, on the left. Where you see blue area, the blue regions are the ones where the physical risk today is not very material. What you see is based on the percentage of companies which are exposed at least to one physical risk, rated as high physical risk for that company. We have 18 risks that we consider, acute and chronic ones. The red area is the area where today we assess as being highly exposed to physical risk. But this is today. What is going to be the future? So what is forecasted to be due to climate change? And you see how the picture drastically changes for Greece. The red area, which is the high risk area, is basically increased. All the central part of the country will be more affected. And the southern part will be, again, heavily affected. You can tell that from the orange color of that region. And then again, this is why we need to be forward-looking also in terms of assessing risk. And this is what basically also the ECB is expecting financial institutions to do. Some conclusions. I know I've been quick, but I just wanted to, as a matter of time, I just wanted to give you the flavor of what physical risk is and how physical risk can actually impact the real economy. ECB is pushing. Already Mr. Adam has provided a very comprehensive overview of what, as a bank, Eurobank is doing or planning to do. So I'm not focusing on this, but this is just to say ECB is pushing. You saw also the chart 21 and 22, how awareness changed drastically in 1 year, because ECB is pushing financial institutions to know more. As Icap Crif, we have invested a lot in this, and we have worked on the information side. Information is key. Without information, so without knowing, for instance, the morphology of the territory, without knowing how this impact a business or a flat, anyone, cannot be able to manage the risk. So we worked on the information, but we also worked on the evaluation, on the models that allow either a corporate, a business, or a financial institutions to forecast the risk they are exposed to. We've seen some examples of physical risk. Some more examples will also follow later in a session later on with our colleagues from the rating agency. Last, Enria is the president of the chair of the supervisory board, the ECB. Basically, what he's saying is that we are aware, and since we are aware, we must be ready for the risks that we, as financial institutions, are facing and will be likely to be facing in the future. And that's it for my part. Here's Giorgio. He was supposed to be here, but okay, I did it. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Ντανιέλε Βεργάρη και θα ήθελα...
Thank you very much. And now to ask Mr. Nectario's notice, CEO Notice Content and Services, to moderate the next panel. So I would like to call the panelists as well. Dimitris Siokis, Group Treasurer, Coca-Cola Hellenic Bottling Company. Maria Alexiou, Chairman of the Board, CSR Hellas, Mr. Giorgos Plevrakis, CEO, Hellenic Environmental Center Group, and Mr. Rallis Retellas, Head of Internal Audit, Elton Group. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You have 45 minutes at your disposal. Hello again on my part. Let's go take a look at another equally important issue that touches upon the broader risks that we discussed with the head economists of banks, risks that are out there in the greater, broader environment and concern both the climate crisis, the risks that exist as per ESG criteria in terms of the business's debt and equity financing. Let's start a discussion in order to cover the ground as much as possible during the time we have. So what I would like to ask you in general, how do you see the impact of ESG on corporates and on the everyday operation and the everyday role they play in your company, starting with Mr. Plevrakis? Well, first of all, let me start by endeavoring in giving a definition of what is ESG, at least as we see it. First of all, it has nothing to do with CSR. Yes, indeed. Well, there's always this comparison. Yes, this is something that we're constantly hearing, and what we see as ESG in our company and how we've been operating all these years is, for us, ESG is a tool, actually. It's a way to record and map what we need to do in those 3 areas. And to be honest, this will be intensified as time goes by. This is something that this conference highlights, and thank you, Icap, for that. So it's a tool that allows us to map and help us see what we do, what we need to do, and help us improve year after year. Now, for better or for worse, this also has an industrial impact. In our industry, which is shipping, this is also guided by some existing legislation or regulation that we need to integrate into this tool so that we can have one common language in all our activity based on this tool and the regulations that we're going to need to integrate and we need to comply with. So very quickly, just to close this introduction, we see that although this started out as a tool, it is something that is taking up a long more time and more effort in order to be able to map what we need to do and what we'll need to improve in the future. There are things, the climate change related things that are involved that were greatly discussed beforehand, but it is something that I would like us to discuss in this panel because this is very important, and in essence what we're saying is we need to capture all the segments of ESG, starting from E being environmental to generate actions for S and G. So climate change is very important. It's very important for us to see in order to decide on the business moves we need to take in order to continue on the growth path, especially taking into account that the climate change is being outlined in the regulation that I mentioned and the actions that we'll need to take that will guide our future investments, more or less also regulate our relationship with our finances, will also show us the way to what we're going to need to do under S and G. That was just an introduction, and this is how we go about. Mr. Tellas, you represent a listed company, and since we're often here and we see it abroad as well, but we see that this happens in Greece as well, that a large part of the waiting for a bank to provide financing to a corporate, this has to do to whether the company has complied with ESG rules and norms. Is this something that you see as being a reality? First of all, thank you to Icap Crif for inviting us to participate in this panel. Now, let me just say, for Elton deals with the distribution of chemicals across the industry. Maybe you don't know it as a name, but any end products that you use in your everyday life has a raw material that has been procured by Elton. The truth is that we are a group of companies. Apart from the parent company here in Greece, we operate in Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Ukraine, Turkey. The truth is that we're in the market, and in terms of suppliers and customers, we see what's happening, and we see what's happening through our partners, the banks. We work with all systemic banks. All this trend is being recorded, but so far in the financing, we haven't seen any change or any impact by our ESG performance. And anyway, since we are a listed company, we observe this criteria because this has to do with the customers and the suppliers, but also for us, in order to do our job correctly, we need to observe some ESG requirements, either like it or we don't, but many other things that we did in the past. So ESG comes to help us quantify our actions. Talking about financing, Mr. Siokis, I want you to share your experience with us on the part of Coca-Cola Hellenic with regard to the issuing of a green bond. Well, yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Before I talk about financing through a green bond, let me just say that for our company as well, the ESG aspect is something that is part of the company's DNA. Since 2006, we've had specific carbon emission targets, and we had already started reducing our carbon footprint. In 2017, we introduced our 2025 emission target in order to improve the indicators that are related to ESG, and we recently announced our 2040 targets, where in essence we're talking about a net zero footprint for our company. Now, in terms of financing, what we see, and bearing in mind the debt aspect as well, is that in recent years there is a lot of focus on companies that have ESG high on their agenda, and by extension these companies can easily raise capital from the market. We see that in the case of markets, when you issue a bond, that historically the European central banks that participated as an investor in the primary market purchased a larger segment of companies that were greener, so to speak. We see that also in the secondary bond market, where green bonds tend to be more active. We also see it in the greenium, where a green bond compared to a simple bond is issued at a better price with a lower cost for the issuer. We see that with the rating agencies, obviously, which apart from the credit risk that is discussed in this conference, they take a look at the ESG rating. So whatever has to do with financing, we see that ESG plays a very important role. In our company, last September, we issued a green bond, and the categories where you can issue ESG bonds are green bonds, where you can use the proceeds and you say to investors that I'm going to use the proceeds in specific way, specific capex, specific opex of the company, and you commit to do that through a framework that you need to disclose to investors. And the other way to issue a bond is to say that I have specific sustainability targets that I want to achieve within the next 2, 3, 10, 20 years. And therefore, please lend me such and such money, keeping in mind that these are the targets. And if I don't achieve the targets, I'm going to pay higher spreads in the years that I'm not meeting my targets. And accordingly, if I meet all the targets, I'm going to get a discount. So we issued the first category bond. We saw that there was great acceptance from the investors, and this issue was very successful. So it was very important to be able to show the market that you are a company that has included ESG in its financing activities. Obviously, there are other terms, that's revolving credit facilities that can have an ESG footprint, or reverse factoring, supply chain finance lines, which can also have ESG KPIs and be very useful. This is our experience so far. Ms. Alexiou, what can we expect in terms of regulatory framework or of what is happening in the European Union? What changes starting January 1st, 24? What changes? I think, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this panel, and I'm honored to be sitting in the company of the 1% of corporates that we spoke of earlier, because maturity and immaturity is something that exists and we need to realize. And this is what changes, because for 30 years, it's not the words that do the biggest damage, CSR, this or that. It's the way we react or we apply all these theories. And what is changing, honestly, starting January 1st, 2024, and this was already mentioned, is that since in the past we were saying, well, it would be good to have a voluntary approach. So there was companies who used that as an add-on, and these companies that included that as an add-on 30 years ago, like Coca-Cola, for example, they've followed a 30-year path and they've developed the tools and have the infrastructure to be able to monitor the regulatory framework that changes from January 1st, 2024 and not be scared. But 99% is scared with the change and is panicking with the change, because since all this has been voluntary in the past 30 years, and it was a bit connected to charity, the fact that companies need to do good, they need to return to society part of their profit. Now this is no longer our reality. The new EU regulatory framework, but not only that, but also the IFRS also introduce a new way of recording the positive or negative impact on the financial results. So we're going to be issuing financial statements, and in the report, according to international accounting standards, we must include our financial materiality of ESG risks that we encounter as a company. Even if the European Union did not lead the way, because that's what the EU is trying to do, is lead the way and in issuing European standards for the social responsibility, social sustainability reports. We're going to be calling it sustainability now, and very quickly we're going to ESG will be abolished, and we're going to have sustainability, financial sustainability, environmental sustainability, and corporate sustainability. So when talking about sustainability in the future, starting January 1st, 2024, we're going to be calling all these three dimensions of sustainability, and we will be judged over all the indicators that have to do with these three dimensions. Clearly, when we talk about ESG metrics, criteria, and standards, is something that's useful because it enables us to have a common language today from the one we had 30 years, in the past 30 years, because in the past 30 years all this was very fluid and very voluntary. Everybody was saying whatever they wanted, they measured whatever they wanted, they disclosed whatever they wanted, and this was supposedly not bad. It took us 30 years to understand that this is not only negative practice, but also it is a felony. And we have named it. It's called greenwashing and social washing. And this is now something that's being recognized. Well, the experts recognize. Those of us who are in the mature category. All the rest, which of course will sustain a shock and awe by this change, both of the financial sector, which is an industry which, in our opinion, a key player in the market, and will have to play the major role in this transition, because without the financial sector being part of this, being a protagonist, allow me, in this transition, there's not going to be any transition. It's obvious, because we said that the key component is financial sustainability. For me, what changes with all that we've experienced in the past 4 years, especially at the European Commission level, building the new European standards, and I was privileged enough to work on this large and very complex project is that finally we're going to have a common language to speak and to talk to each other, because unless we reach an understanding and build the consensus that is necessary within the supply chain to build this new momentum and to build it in the market, we won't be able to move forward. The risks that the gentleman presented earlier, it's obvious that these risks, the risks that we will have to address, and the severity of the risks that we have to address, there can't be a case study unless we ensure cooperation, consensus, and understanding among all. So you have described a picture where do you see, you work with many companies, okay? You have suppliers of all sizes and customers, but your key is the suppliers, and you ask them things, and you're going to ask them more things in order to be compliant with Scope 3, etc., etc. Let's not go into details for that. How willing are they? How willing are they to respond to these requirements? Do they understand the necessity as described by Ms. Alexiou, or they understand that they need to do, irrespective of this, is going to be imposed? Or are they waiting to see, okay, that's a necessity, it's a necessary evil, okay, I have to do it, I have to pay for it. I think that very correctly you said that Scope 3 emissions is the hot potato for everyone, because Scope 1 and Scope 2 can be under control, but what's happening with the Scope 3 that have to do with suppliers, that's a hot potato. But I think we need to make a clarification. We're talking about big suppliers, big companies that tend to have the same approach on ESG compared to smaller suppliers. In the first case, there is they have, well, my question was mostly for the smaller suppliers. Well, yeah, the smaller suppliers, we see that gradually they are coming to this understanding, they are following this trend, and what we need to do is we need to remind them that they need to come to that. And as I mentioned earlier, reverse factoring, where you can offer different financing and depending on the ESG score of each supplier. I think that the entire market is headed in this direction, including the financing. Even small suppliers who are even more vulnerable in terms of financing, they understand that, and they gradually will follow the same direction. This is my feeling, Mr. Tellas.
Well, the truth is that, as I said, because of our line of work, we distribute chemicals. We actually are asked by our associates all throughout the year for audits. Sometimes I welcome them here, and we host them to show them what we do, what we don't do, because in their country they store and distribute. So in order to represent any company, we need to have the okay. So all the EFG criteria are examined during their visit for 1 or 2 days. And sometimes they even require us to conduct tests, to send them material. The same is true for their customers. They send us questionnaires in order to evaluate and assess us. We do that as well, especially now when we need not only to do but prove that we have done it. So the 9001, 4001, 22,000, etc. All these standards have to be documented. So we are under constant scrutiny from both sides. But we know, as was said, that big companies know, and sometimes we learn alongside them. But there are others who want to be a big company, but are quite relaxed in their dealings with all these things. And also, we a listed and purely Greek company who we are active for many years in the market. We are among the 50 top companies in Europe in distribution of chemicals, but we're looking in front of us, not behind us. We want to improve. So this is an effort that is takes us all further. That's a very good question, because we bring together many of the things that were said earlier. I would fully agree on the issue of the maturity of the different agents, financial or others, because cyclical economy is part of our business model. Therefore, from the moment that our activities also include transportation through our shipping activities, but also the management of our port facilities, there is a variety of suppliers that we use and a variety of associates. Therefore, when we assess how we fare in the company as part of a cyclical economy, the common language what was said that is a requirement for every one of us, the common language is absent at this point in time. And why is the question? Well, because there are different speeds in the maturity of each organization's effort and how they register their footprint. So sometimes we ask for it and they start creating it from scratch. And there is a difference, which I mentioned earlier. There is a difference among sectors. For instance, with us, our shipping part records its carbon footprint, its carbon intensity, in a manner that is very different than what we used to do in the E part of ESG at the level of a corporation. And this is the result of the existing regulations that ships have to comply with, IMO regulations. So we see that in different activities, there is a lack of lingua franca. There is an inconsistency in the language. Thankfully, and this was very rightly highlighted by the panel, that we need a dialogue among the stakeholders, and these standards are being harmonized as far as the way that they register their environmental data. Still, we need some time. We're not altogether there. And also, when we discuss transition risk, there is also a difference among sectors there too. There are industries that have an easier transition and others a much more difficult transition. The shipping part is very difficult. When 90% of all the products is transported by sea. Whatever is in this room, 9 out of 10 products are transported by sea. So shipping is dealing with a very difficult issue. There are no ready-made solutions at this point. It's not that they don't want to, and the solutions are very high cost solutions. Huge investments are required, and in order to support the energy transition of shipping, we need the relevant port facilities, which is another kettle of fish. So what I want to say is that dialogue is absolutely necessary. Even in the banking sector, the way that this is reflected in the guidelines concerning the banking assessment, we see that there have been different speeds to date. Therefore, there is not a push towards the same direction. We need a dialogue between the sectors, between intersectorial dialogue. Otherwise, we will not be able to create a lingua franca and cooperation, synergies, and processes at every level. Mr. Alexiou, Ms. Alexiou, hopefully this dialogue will not take place at a European pace, at the Brussels pace. Listen, in Greece we carry out a consultation for a period of 2 weeks. Standards that concern and affect all the big companies in a branch, they have to take into account the new regulatory framework. It is not possible for this to be done in 2 weeks in Greece. In order at the European level for us to come to decide on the European standard, which will come into force on the 1st of January and will affect thousands of companies. I need what I do to be 100% compliant with the new European standard, and we will have a qualitative and not quantitative difference. It will be better as regards the appropriateness of data, their combination, and the documentation, which will be the result of data analysis. I do not have all the indicators of GRI. No, that's not the direction we're moving as far as the quantity of information. Sometimes needless, useless information may end up as disinformation. So each individual company is different, is a different case, as we heard, and its impact is different. And the new rule now is the proportionality rule. If I'm a textile company and I am a small business, or if I am active in the field of fashion and I sell, let's say, bathing suits, my impact is very different on specific ESG parameters compared to a company of the same size that produces oil. So comparisons and assessments need to be repeated per market, per sector, per company, and depending on the type of entrepreneurship. So let's look at the essence of the effect of our current activity. And of course, there are transition plans which need to achieve and which will lead us to the decarbonization, which is our main objective now. And there we need to also take into account all the corollaries of this transition. So the more mature the transition plan will also include the CapEx and OpEx that I use in order to complete my transition. The more mature a company and the more it looks at things in a three-dimensional manner, will look at these things and will deal with them as looking forward investments. This is another change that is happening. We will not be able to measure the success of our strategy just by looking at the results of the end-of-year results. No. We will be able to say that our business model is successful because the company is forward-thinking. The way that the company prepares its strategy looking forward is innovative, because sustainability without innovation is non-existent. And if you carefully study the directive and if you look at it not from the point of view of ticking the boxes, but look at the big picture, then you will understand the last year's business model needs to be reviewed. We should look outside the box, get the data, and interpret it. This requires visionary leadership, people who will not just play with words. People who will be able to stomach the impacts. We need to look the situation with clearly. We need to look at the opportunity. And in conclusion, I was lucky enough to read a number of studies and study them. The lack of maturity in the big corporations on which we follow, because it is on the basis of those mature companies that we prepare the legislation. Your models are being transformed into a new European system. So the big problem will be whether we will be able to, or how we will be able to scale up. And from what we have learned from the big mature companies, to bring around our competitors, if possible, and our associates throughout the supply chain. The SMEs are able to do it, but somebody has to carry them along, and it is going to be their business partner or their customers. Therefore, these three parts, big companies, SMEs, and banks, are associates, are business partners at this point in time. Each company expects to become a successful company, and the successful ones will be the ones who will be able to build this triangle of synergy to make it a business model. Very fine. You have been very good. When you were discussing the suppliers, Mr. Konstantelos wanted to say something, I think. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Yes, we can. So, first of all, congratulations. These have been excellent interventions. You are among the 1%, your companies are among the 1%. We want everybody to get there. And Maria, you discussed this triangle at the end. So let me tell you that Icap Crif has as its model the ESG agenda, and I can tell you how we can help alongside other companies of the Crif Group and other partners around the world, we have set up a platform. We have set up a platform, ISG platform. Lux here is one of the companies that have joined the platform, and they are advertising SynSG among their products. So what do we do with them? We actually score the different companies. We give a score, and the end result can be used by companies for their own reasons. So over and above the companies that can get this, which is free of charge, this scoring, and for them to be able to prove, like you said, Dimitris, the issue with your suppliers, and it is important for you to work with companies who give a high priority to the ESG issues. So we urge them to join us. Since the beginning of the year, we have been working on this very dynamically, and we have an agreement with 170 companies to join us. And until the end of the year, we expect to invite approximately the 10,000 companies who are their suppliers to join us. This is a big step which we want to expand from one year to another. Just as the banks help their customers, we ask the companies to invite their suppliers, and this will improve the circle. And this is one of our initiatives. Moreover, we have the ratings, the ESG ratings, over and above all the others, ESG ratings, whereby we have the climate risk, physical risk, and all. I discussed diversity, inclusion, and equality this morning. We measure this risk, as well as some subcategories of ESG, financial crime, ESG crime, etc. Therefore, we circle around it in order to help our customers to give a high priority to their ESG agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel is over. Just one more panel before lunch.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Notis, and the panelists for this very interesting discussion. Moving on with the third session of our conference this morning, Technology, Disruption, Risk and Finance.
Okay. Ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και συνεχίζουμε λοιπόν.
Okay, great. Moving on to the session number 3, Technology, Disruption, Risk in Finance. What are the opportunities and threats from the accelerated introduction of new technology in economies such as AI and machine learning, automation and robotics, cybersecurity advances, edge computing, headless tech as a service computing, and decentralized finance? How do they affect the availability, the quality of financing? These are the questions that we're trying to analyze and answer with one speech and one panel. I would like to call to the floor Ms. Natalia Shlovanova, Global Open Innovation and Ecosystem Innovecos Lead at Crif, and Olivier Kenji Mathurin, Senior Research and Innovation Specialist at Innovecos at Crif.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you today. I don't know if my slides are going to appear on the screen. Yeah, okay. So, seeing technology disruption as a chance for growth continuum, and consider open innovation as a key basement in order to test and experiment around disruption, technological disruption. These are the key topics that we are going to focus today. We are Innovecos team, part of it. We are based in Vienna and in Bologna. We are representing the Global Open Innovation Hub, and we are doing many things around innovation, around research. We are working a lot with the startups communities, with the innovation hubs, acceleration hubs, everything in order to bring the open innovation, the new ideas, and execute them within the open, agile approach in order to enable our products, services, offering with the best-in-class and cutting-edge technologies provided by our partners or brought up and born within our Crif internal community. We are different open innovation programs, like we run Call for Talents programs. So we are using our resources and our external partners in order to bring forward our offering. Today we are going to speak about a few key disruptive technologies and topics that we are working within our innovation Innovecos lab. But first I would like to speak a little bit about the basics. What is open innovation? Because without this in place, without this basement, we would not be able to experiment and to test things which predictions cannot be based on the historical statistics. We have to take the risk. And probably you all have innovation managers, innovation specialists in your companies that from day to day are seeing the responses from the different parts of your companies in the way that would put under risks their ideas and their initiatives. Is it safe? Where is my revenue? Bring me the business plan for 5 years to be able to calculate return on investment from, I don't know, integrating with a crypto wallet. We cannot do it because we have no statistics. The only thing we can do is to try, to test, to create the first use case, and to start monitoring and push forward the new business model or the new technology. Director of, it will never work. Director of, I know everything, I tried it before. Director of, yes, but I need more analysis, play it safe, wait and see. I see nodding heads, so I see that you know what we are talking about, correct? Okay, in the end, what is innovation? All opposite to what's been said, so what's been said before. We need to test, see, and then plan first. We need to invest a little into the proof of concept in order to see if it works, and then to take a risk to roll out. We need to make this test and not being scared of failures, because we see also from the statistics from the startups communities, 10 to 20% get to unicorns. The rest are dying on the way. That's the spirit of innovation, and that's something that how in Innovecos we are doing our best in bringing the results. Also from the statistics you can see on the screen that from 2020 to 2025, 71% of top innovation sources for companies are predicted to be innovation labs. 44% will be executed via collaboration with third parties, with startups. What is the role of the open innovation community is to ensure the right selection and the right execution and the right rules and governance for innovation lab or innovation unit to manage these streams. A little bit from the theory, but also what we are doing within Innovecos. So we are working on most of these open innovation streams. So we are managing the corporate acceleration program with the startups. We're investing into startups. We are managing the portfolio of investments, always investing as a minority shareholder into the companies and startups which could become interesting for our offering, or from which we can learn in terms of our products and services evolution. We are working on the venture client stream, which means creating the network of startup accelerators and working with the startups community globally, leveraging on our networks in order to bring the best in class within the funnel execution to enable, again, our products and services, or vice versa, to be incorporating our business as usual products and services into their offering. This is what we have achieved so far. We have done a lot with the startups, again, formalizing it into the portfolio of investment or bringing as commercial partnerships within our internal clients. This is how we call our worldwide competence centers or the markets. But today we are going to speak about the most complex, let's say, things that we are managing, the latest initiatives that we have been initiated and bringing forward within our Innovecos lab, which are Metaverse, Web3, crypto wallets, and, of course, generative AI. We would like to share with you the best practices, but also the results of the researches that we are constantly doing, again, leveraging on our global presence and our global spider, in order to understand that the disruptive technology is a chance, because you cannot make it different. You cannot change it back.
Absolutely. Calmira? Mélanie Olivier. And unfortunately, that's the only thing I can say in Greek, I think. Welcome, everyone. So, talking disruptive technologies, what are disruptive technologies? These are innovation that can fundamentally transform the way you run businesses, establish processes. We have seen it can reshape industries. It can help you gain efficiency. It can also improve customer experience or risk management. All in all, for risk managers, it means automated decision. It means reduce operational costs, but also competitiveness if you adopt the strategy at the right time, right? And timing is also very important in that aspect. So just to dive into these topics, we had a look. We wanted to give you a little bit of a summary of what we believe are really fundamental trends that we are all following, I think. We are following that particularly with my team since several months now. We are observing different trends, and it's always a matter of timing. When is a technology going to be impacting your business, your customers, right? We are seeing three trends in general, or in all, from technologies far away or a little bit closer. We are going to talk about the three of them. We talk about AI, we are going to talk about Web3 crypto, we are going to talk about Metaverse. Very quickly, the Metaverse and the Web3 is a long-standing view of how the internet is going to evolve. I think we all heard about this Metaverse concept. It's a mix of different experiences, maybe in 3D, mixed reality, virtual reality. Apple has been publishing a new device that will come next year about that. So we see that there is something that is changing, even though it seems far away, it seems not there yet, but the direction is going there. Coupled with that, right, which is powered by more computing, more cloud technology in the background, is also infrastructure to deal with digital assets. How can we transact with digital assets? Can we link real assets with digital assets? We call that Web3. Some call that blockchains or Web3 crypto. And actually, if you look at these technologies, we had a look and we understood that there is already a population that adopts these technologies. Population is called Gen Z. These are people which are born 95 now. They are entering the workforce. And actually, they are already 25% of the global population. 25%, however, spending almost 50% in terms of consumer spending, right, according to Credit Suisse. They are digital native. I think I don't need to talk about that, but they are very easy going with this technology. It's natural for them. But they are also very conscious and demanding because they know what technology can do. They are going to ask the product or the brand that they work with to be perfect in terms of personalized services because they expect this, knowing technology can do, and they don't accept bad customer services. They're also spending their money very wisely in products that respect their values, right? They're willing to spend even more on this kind of product if it's sustainable or if it's luxury. So it's a very slightly different population than what we had to do, and they are really shaping the trend. And when we talk about shaping the trend, I don't know if you knew about that, but actually Gen Z are often seen as compulsive shoppers. That's actually the very opposite. They are born in this perma-crisis that we are talking about. They are unsure about the future. They don't know about the climate. They don't know about the inflation. So actually, they are not spending that money. They are investing and saving it very wisely and more wisely than the generations before. And when they invest this money, they use technology, digital application, digital banks, digital asset, crypto. Actually, crypto is one of the favorite assets from this generation because they can access financial advice via social media. They can invest immediately using technology. And we observe that they learn and get educated how to manage finance through these channels. And they don't go to banks anymore in order to get this financial education. So that's something which is very new, which needs to be very well understood because this has severe implications for the coming years, right? So if we need to understand that, right, brands start to understand. They have already adjusted how they communicate, how they involve loyalty with NFTs, and you have popular fashion brands, how they involve them outside of website into more immersive experiences or inside social media where you can try on articles. These are totally new ways to interact with this population. And we ourselves, right, we believe that it's important to try things. So we tried how to get involved with other Crif people, right? This is one of the webinars we did. And what we observe is that the technology is maybe very early, but we appreciate that there is already a better interaction when you are with people online in this kind of environment. So there is here something that is developing and going on. That's why we believe that these technologies, including Web3, which talks about crypto, blockchains, and NFT, which I think everybody heard about that, stablecoin investments. I think it's getting popular. There are use cases in real-world assets, in digital identities that are emerging step by step. However, we know that there is a big backslash of bad actors. I think we have all experience about this bad population. However, we see also that banks even are willing to open to this community of Gen Z. They have been pushing also regulations in Europe, which are coming. With regard to digital asset, we have MiCA, we have other regulations which are coming, which are going to clean the ecosystem of different actors, but give also new opportunities for financial services with regard to this asset. So we are observing this kind of movements. And please have a look at, in Europe, at MiCA, which will be licensing crypto actors in 2024, which will also be an opportunity for new kinds of information that we can also leverage in various aspects. However, this is a little bit far away, so we start in 2024, it will go and move on further afterward. However, we still believe that between these new types of interaction for customer experience and this new digital asset, there are plenty of opportunities for the financial system here to evolve and to transmute into something else using these disruptive technologies. However, GenAI came out of nowhere. I think it was 1 year ago exactly, 30th of November, ChatGPT. We are talking everybody about AI, but why again AI? We are talking about that. What is different this time, right? We know AI, we know predictive analytics, we know fraud analytics, where we are using that ourselves and developing a lot of models on that. Speech recognition, everybody has an Alexa, a Siri, and get frustrated when it talks about it, and when it talks with it, right? We know about machine learning, natural language, computer vision to find the accident in a picture of a car, right? Insurers are using these kind of technologies. It's all known, right? But what is different this time is the massive investment, a massive amount of money in order to train huge models, AI models, with terabytes of data that led to suddenly ChatGPT out of the blue. No one knew about what AI could be doing, and suddenly it was open to everyone. And this discovery, I think, made a lot of people aware of what's going on, the progresses that have been made with regard to natural language processing in particular, but also images, videos. We're going to show you a little bit about that. So just generative AI, what is it, right? Compared to AI before, it's simply a technology, right? A new type of AI that can generate something new. You heard about foundation models, large language models, LLM, ChatGPT. These are all part of that. However, it's not only text, and we're going to see about that. We believe, right, we see that this is really something that has a potential to transform how we access information, how we create content, how we deal with customers, how we interact with them, or even how we run organizations in terms of skills. ChatGPT today has 100 million users per week. So every week, 100 million of users are using ChatGPT. Right? All the big techs have moved from being in the red to we are all now AI-first companies, from Microsoft to Google to Meta and all the other ones. So there is a huge shift of investment into this domain. There are not only big techs, there are a lot of smaller but very targeted vertical startup and use cases focused on legal, focused on other aspects, creative, and so on, which are also booming through this ecosystem where money is flowing. And that's why it's important to look at this, what's going on, right? What's going on? The tools are easier to use every day. I think everybody recognizes our favorite Italian citizen, well, Vatican citizen. You can use that kind of technology to produce pictures. You can use now these technologies in order to even edit pictures, even though you don't know anything technically how to do that. You can use the technology also to create motion pic captures, right? You don't need to know anything about video edition. You just need to click, and you can easily create animations like this through the technologies and the models that are behind that. You can now even generate a full video just based on text, meaning you give a description. I want a girl with blue hairs and a headset. I want a dog and a headshot. And the quality of this kind of video, which are totally artificial, there's nothing real in there, is getting more and more amazing and more easy to use. But it's not just these tools, right? It's also the tools that we use every day. We see that Microsoft has been pushing inside of Word a copilot, meaning if you want to create a new Word document, you simply press the button, help me, you describe what you want, it creates a draft of a document within a few seconds. But what is interesting, that these are the tools that you use every day. That's the same with Outlook, right? Which helps you to create an answer, to reply to an email. But all your competitors are also looking and using these tools. So it's very important to understand, okay, how can we use these tools? How can we leverage these tools in order to make the best usage of that? And you see in Photoshop, you don't need anymore to be a big expert in order to create new things, right? These tools are coming to our everyday. Also in translations, right? I remember the trainings that Natalia did. I think there is no sound activated. I don't know if there is a sound. No sound? That's a pity. That's okay. Well, obviously...
training sessions dedicated to generative AI topics.
So that's a training that we did for our colleagues to teach them about generative AI, but Natalia does not speak, unfortunately, Italian. So we made her speak Italian. We can give the same training and publish it.
Quindi ciao a tutti. Il mio nome è Natalia. Sono il capo di Innovacos. E qui vorremmo presentare...
She needed only once to record that in English, and now we can distribute the same content to anyone within the company in their favorite language or their appropriate language. And it's not just that. It's not that you give a video and it translates it. You can also actually, well, I will let you hear what I'm saying.
Κοιτάξτε, ποτέ δεν είπα αυτό που λέω τώρα. Έγραψα μόνο ένα κείμενο και τώρα μπορώ να το πω ακόμα και στα ελληνικά. Η τεχνολογία της δημιουργικής τεχνητής νοημοσύνης είναι πραγματικά εκπληκτική και εξελίσσεται με εκθετική ταχύτητα. Βρισκόμαστε στην αρχή μιας εποχής που θα μεταμορφώσει ριζικά τον τρόπο πρόσβασης στις πληροφορίες, τη δημιουργία περιεχομένου, την εξυπηρέτηση των πελατών και τη λειτουργία των οργανισμών.
There is a small delay in the lip sync, but obviously I also have a Chypriot accent, right? If I understood that correctly. I apologize, I'm learning, right? So that's because of some of my friends, but actually, I mean, the lip sync is perfect. The technology is 3 weeks old, and actually, I was only recording a simple text where I was talking about my cat for 2 minutes. Then I gave a text in Greek, and then the model was able to produce a video of me saying and talking about generative AI in the language of my guests, right? But it means I can generate and I can speak as many topics, unlimited, as much as I want in any language, right? This is already available today, these kind of technologies. Good, so that was a little bit a snapshot of what's going on right now, right? It's very fresh. Who is impacted? McKinsey says all industries will be and are impacted by these technologies, especially area of marketing and sales, customers operations, software engineering. This is where the tools are already available today and are affected by these tools. We are looking at what banks are doing in the area also, because banks have been pioneering that, especially in customer experience. They have been Morgan Stanley has been providing a chat to their financial advisors so that they can rapidly provide information to their clients. Zurich Insurance is processing claims faster using this technology, or at least is exploring this technology. ABN AMRO is looking at it to support call center agents in order to summarize previous conversations. So there are plenty of use cases which are explored right now, which we look at, which we collect ourselves in order to understand, because this is a new area. There is no statistics, as Natalia said. There is no benchmark. So we need to understand what's going on by looking at what others are doing, but also experimenting ourselves. Risks, yeah, well, this technology comes, of course, with some concerns, right, with regard to trust, with regard to transparency, traceability of the sources, who is going to use my data for what, right? Obviously, that was something that you might have understood there, but also employees are looking for their companies and organizations to provide them with training. They don't trust that they can use the tools correctly for their work. So it's very important to understand and follow this aspect, right, in order to manage and to harness the power of these technologies. It's also important to look at what's going on the regulatory side. As you know, there is an AI regulation coming. It's already right now in a trilogue, a tripartite. Some of these models are more compatible with the upcoming regulations than others. It must be looked at if we want to be able to use these tools. But what I want to make you aware of, if you see the pictures there, you have pictures which are from last year, April 2022, on the top, on the left, and the same picture 12 months later by the same tool. What you observe is the amazing quality of the tool from this year compared to the previous year. This was just 12 months. I don't know where we are going to be in the coming 12 months again, but you can imagine how fast the technology is going by pictures of such a quality that you can use that in a fashion magazine, whereas before it was not possible. So we believe it's important to look at that, right?
Midjourney created my picture a few months ago and promptly reflecting how I was feeling. With all information, with all changes, environment, everything changing, that was my feeling, okay, now what we should do. How we can approach this numerous number of information which is changing every day. Thanks to my education, but also a little bit of experience, we were able to make an order, to create a frame of everything that's been happening and to apply the testing and experimenting using this frame. We have, within the Innoveco's laboratory, generative AI laboratory, we have created the types of the use cases based on the complexity of implementation and based on the risks as well, in order to approach them in a different way and looking at different type of vendors as well. Of course, we have created the team, which is aimed, multifunctional team, which is aimed at looking at different aspects of the topic, and in order to also centralize with experimentation and then being able to extend and scale the knowledge. Legal and compliance staying the key and the basis of underlying all the steps within the experimentation. Vendors and suppliers analysis is at the moment as well getting under centralized supervision. Why? Because again, the risks are always the same. The technology is the same, but risks are always, again, the same. We're talking about the data protection, we're talking about compliance, we're talking about data sensitivity. That's what's important for any use case that we are managing. We have differentiated the use cases that we are working on into two key types. The golden use cases, we call them, are the ones which are aimed at preserving the competitive advantage of Crif or of any company. The silver use cases are the ones that everyone may adopt. I give you the example. I would like to improve the efficiency or on internal operational processes. It does not touch any of unique assets of a company. It's only speaking about how to improve the process. So every company is at the same condition, but everybody has to do it because the competitor is already doing it. We have to start thinking about that. The golden use cases are more complex, of course. They are touching more sensitive topics, but these are something that is the basis to keep the future competitive advantage with the competition. How we approach and how we started, of course, as always, we started from the research and we keep on going with the research on the use cases. We are looking at financial institutions and at the general companies. We are looking at the consultant companies, which are practically creating expectations of the markets, of the global markets. We are testing and experimenting. And the most important from my point of view is that we are creating the governance which is helping us to make decisions fast and to work within the pipe and the funnel of the use cases in a very flexible way. So, if you ask me which are the takeaways of, and Olivier, I think, will join me in this, which are the takeaways in approaching the disruptive topics and the technologies that we could share have been doing it since 2 years, specifically now accelerating with generative AI. First of all, start to test yourself. Start to use these platforms, these technologies yourself. It's very important for the CEOs, for the top managers, not to delegate this to your colleagues, but to start doing it. Only then you can feel the advantage and you can become the ambassador of the technology, which is inevitably coming inside your organization. Continuously provide research and development and experimenting. Of course, legal compliance, regulatory is our everything. Keep on doing that and never forget about that. Keep research and assess product, services, and risks, and establish governance and share your learnings across organization. Because in the end, it's all about open innovation. The more you share, the more you get feedback, and the more use cases are getting from the people who are willing to contribute. In the end, we would like to propose you some readings. So for CEOs, for the top managers, some researchers, that would help you to a little bit navigate within this ocean of new information and help you to understand better what would be the most relevant use cases in the generative AI landscape. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά την Ναταλία και τον Ολιβιέ.
I'd like to thank Natalia and Olivier. Very interesting presentation. Now, I would like to call the panelists, Thanasis Adamopoulos, who's editor-in-chief of Naftemborikis and moderator of the next panel. And the panelists are Regina Aslanoglu, Chief of Staff and Transformation Officer with Attica Bank, Mr. Ioannis Kamitsos, Director, Financial Risk Manager at KPMG, and Ms. Mariana Polikraki, Group Treasurer, Avramar SA. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Hello, after this excellent and very interesting presentation that we just heard on new technologies and specifically AI, our panel will try to give some specific information on how the market sees new technologies, how it integrates them, how it offers, and how it prepares itself for the future. Let me make a brief introduction before I present the panelists, introduce the panelists. Let me just say that the history of humans shows that every new idea has always been initially seen with some suspicion, some fear, and some anger, and it often takes a long time for new ideas to be assimilated and integrated. The difference today from the past is that technology is evolving with unprecedented rates, and in essence, the margin for adaptation is very small. Technologies and branches and industries that will be late in integrating new technologies will find themselves in a tight spot, and this, of course, creates an issue of the institutional addressing of new technologies. I'd like to welcome Regina Aslanoglu, Chief of Staff and Transformation Officer at Attica Bank, Ioannis Kamitsos, Director of Financial Risk Management at KPMG, and Mariana Polikraki, Group Treasurer at Avramar. I'll start with you, Ms. Aslanoglu. I heard earlier the gentleman who said that Gen Z doesn't visit banks. And on this occasion, let me just say, what are the challenges that the financial industry is dealing with and with new technologies? Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Icap Crif for inviting me to participate as a panelist. And from what I heard in the presentation and I hear lately, I'm also be excited and scared. I see what my daughter is doing and I see there's incredible things, but this is the future generation. These are the future clients of the financial system and of the banks. There are numerous challenges. We are excited, but there are huge challenges ahead. And let me just start with the challenges of clients. Clients have many options now. They see a lot of things. They have many requirements. A bank cannot just stick to the traditional way of serving clients. We need to be very quick, direct, and immediate. So this is a challenge to develop our technological infrastructure quicker. We don't have the capacity to do it. We need to get help. And this takes us to the next challenge. It has to do with the profitability of a bank, because all these investments are very costly, and all this has to be very well combined with a business strategy. So there is the risk of losing profitability. The third aspect has to do with regulation, as was already mentioned. That is the framework in place. Can we explain what automations, what models we use to the regulator, both on the bank's side? The bank does not have the expertise at a high level, nor the regulators have the framework and the necessary knowledge for this. So how can you explain a model in order to start applying it? Human capital, it's another very important challenge from two sides. On the one hand, human resources, people working are afraid, they feel the threat, they don't have the knowledge to use these tools. They feel that their job will be obsolete because it's going to be replaced by some bot. So there's a great challenge of upskilling people. And there's also the challenge of finding the human capital that has the specific knowledge and is in a position to apply the new technologies within the bank. Developers with specific specialist knowledge, etc. Of course, the society and all this can create a crisis, may destabilize the economy unless the framework is there and all this is not regulated. And we've seen that in the past. And there's also the competition. You need to always remain vigilant to see what new what new launches are out there, and some things are hard to understand. So this industry is full of challenges, and coming from the transformation of a bank, it is something that we are dealing with every day, and this causes stress and requires the constant monitoring of things and how all these new innovations can be strategically integrated. Let me ask Ms. Polikrati, what are the available new technology tools for financing of businesses? Well, thank you again very much for the invitation and for giving me the possibility to talk about new things that we see. Because apart from being group treasurer at Avramar, which is a business that embraces digital transformation, we're trying to automate many things in our procedures, especially in finance. So my purpose is to give you the finest point of view on how we deal with that. I just wanted to take you a few years back, about 15 years ago, when we were discussing about e-banking and how difficult it was for us treasurers to convince Greek SMEs to apply e-banking and go online and do e-payments and use the systems and work through the systems and through the internet. Gradually, this problem was overcome. The new technology has been introduced. Then we had coronavirus. If you remember, before coronavirus, we weren't so developed. What we've learned at Treasury was try to make our risk opportunities, and the banks seeing all this remote working and said, what we're going to do, are we going to provide financing? What are we going to do? So we had e-documents, e-signatures, so we started streamlining these things. What am I trying to say? Yes, technology has some risk, but gradually it's starting becoming part of our everyday life. So a new thing is the digital bonds. What are digital bonds? This is based on the blockchain technology. I know blockchain is a bit of a taboo because it has been linked a lot with cryptocurrencies, but that's not the raison d'etre. The existence of blockchain helps us use not a centralized system like the C5. I don't want to go into great details because I want to confuse the audience, but we're trying to decentralize things and not just have one authority that controls all data and information, but this have the various information managed in various points. So the banks have started experimenting on financing through digital bonds. Already the first issue was in 2018 with EIB. Right now has launched 4 digital bonds with 6 trillion euros worth of bonds. There are there will be digital bonds worth several billion in 23 and 24. The digital bonds, the purpose is to not have any intermediaries. The purpose is to have end-to-end from the bank to the end user. For companies, the cost will be lower because at the moment we estimate by issuing a digital bonds with all the intermediaries, the cost could be 35 to 40% lower. And those who have seen the corporate bond market, the cost for issuing a corporate bond are huge. So e-bonds will reduce these costs, and for investors it's to have easier access, get their coupons digitally, and have simplified procedures. So we no longer have the central depositories or the corporate bonds regulation. Instead of having a 2-3 day clearing, the clearing will take place in just seconds or minutes. So the company or the banks that gets them directly will get its money, and at the same time get the money from investors. Who does the clearing? There will be digital platforms that will do the clearing, either through a private blockchain network. For example, one of the recent bonds issued by Goldman Sachs, the Energy, they used the Goldman Sachs platform for digital assets. Recently, EIB launched one via Luxembourg. And so what is happening? Because investors do not yet have the tools to do all the digital solutions, the listings are both double, both in the digital and the actual stock exchange. So there could be both digital and normal deals and transactions. Mr. Kamitsos, 2 weeks ago, approximately 2 weeks ago, at Bletchley Park at the UK, a very important meeting, the first global meeting for AI. And AI, as we see, is start to become a reality of the banks and companies. And AI is a challenge, both in terms of its use by the companies, but also institutionally of how there's going to be a framework for the operation of this new product. How do you see this? Look, good afternoon. It was very important that this happened at Bletchley Park. Let me give two dimensions in this discussion. The first is new technologies and the benefits that these introduce, and secondly, their use and how this part will go into the existing frameworks and the regulation, the supervisory aspect, etc. If we look at it historically, Bletchley Park, when Turing built the machine to break the Enigma code machine, everybody's saying, what is this? Why are you using it? And it was the war that led to the development of technologies that led to the creation of a computer. So it was a catalyst. Had it not had the war not existed, maybe there would be a delay in the development of computers. So history tells us that there is a delay between the development of technology and the adoption of technologies and the placing within an institutional framework. Now, in the banking sector, and Regina mentioned this as well in her presentation, we have artificial intelligence, machine learning. There's a lot of discussion today on that. Banks right now are at a crossroads. So, and on the occasion of the geopolitical problems that we've experienced and the pandemics and the various events, what is the trade-off between having risk assessment models that are performing very well and on the other hand them being not explainable, becoming black boxes? So regulation and finding it hard to understand, to assess, or even to accept such models or such technologies that could generate benefits, but on the other hand, they could cause regulatory problems. So I think that the institutional framework is there, and one could argue that in some cases there is over-regulation in the banking sector or the risk management, to be more specific. So the question here is, And the wish would be that gradually we should open up some roads. There are already some publications from European Central Bank. They're starting pushing banks into creating the necessary infrastructure and developing risk assessment models. And always within the parameter, placing parameters, build them in such a way that you can explain them or start gradually. So the need is there. The need has been recognized. The point is, how can the institutional framework be a bit more wide in order to accept such technology? The good thing is that now we're starting seeing solutions which open up this black box that I spoke of earlier. The point is to what extent all of us operating in this area can be forward-looking and see how we can use them and adopt them. There are opportunities. Obviously, we always have the considerations of how fair these technologies are, how moral and ethical these technologies are, how to what extent they do not create biases. So under this framework of of considering this dimension, I think it's up to us all in the industry to be able to be more open, always taking into account the dimension of the regulation that is there, and there are already efforts being made to open up these things. I'm talking about the algorithm, in essence, that decides whether one will be given a loan or not. And you mentioned the ethical, the moral aspect. Explain how the algorithm can be transparent. Well, many confuse artificial intelligence with machine learning. Machine learning is, in essence, the algorithm, the statistical, the mathematical bit, can be trained with data. The more data and the better the data, the better the result that the algorithm will generate. But there is the opposite, junk in, junk out. The worse the quality of the data, the worse the output of the model. So, do we have good data? No. There will always be problems with the data. There will always be data that have not been adequately validated. So there is always a need to have the expert judgment. There will always be a need to have a human factor who can tweak an algorithm or a model in a specific direction in order to have fairness and ethical dimension. So in financing, when you let the algorithm decide, since we don't have the best data, they will decide to give loans only to men or only to women or only to people who live in Athens and not in Thessaloniki. This, if we leave it uncontrollable, then this will create biases. There's not going to be any fairness. So I'm just giving some plain examples, but if we see this scale of this, we can understand where this can end up. So if the algorithms are there, the technology is there, technology is very useful, but we should not leave out the human factor, which is there to give the expert judgment. And this is what artificial intelligence defines us. Artificial intelligence is machine learning plus the human factor in order to steer the model properly.
Now, the transformation part of the issue. Ms. Aslanoglu, you work in that area. What does the banking system need to do in order to adapt to the new technologies? This has to be done immediately. It's already underway, actually, on the basis of strategies which will not be reviewed on an annual basis, but on a continuous basis. But the issue, though, here is for us to see where we'll be focusing, what will our specialization will be, because one corporation or one bank cannot do everything. the feedback and the technology disruption is always present. The threat is always there. So we need to focus on who you are, what are your characteristics, what is your target community, and look at things, at the situation through the eyes of your customers to understand what they need and what they want. We focus over and above payments and a matter of things is on financing, funding, to speed it up, to make it better quality-wise. The pricing will be better with the use of new technologies, so that credit assessment will be improved, automated, faster. And all this may bring about better fees for the customer. Now, coming to pricing, can you please tell us what are the current applications in funding, technological applications? Listen, pricing, of course, I will limit myself to the banking sector, but we, as a company, we have slowly started to use the AI, the RTMs, the robotics AI. We have started to collaborate with our own banks to try to automate processes as much as possible through the connectors, to be able to have all our reports every morning, to be aware of your liquidity, which bank, which company, which country, which currency, so that you can get your information immediately. Because sometimes you don't even need the financing, and using the technology, you can self-finance without resorting to external funding. Now, RPAs, we will be using them in the next 2 months. So using our own ERP and the information we get, and alongside with the banks, we will prepare our forecasts by using a number of softwares, which are robots, which we train to understand the cash flows on the basis of the data we receive. We can assess our cash flows, and we know early when we will need some financing, and we can better negotiate with the banks. Because sometimes most companies end up asking for the financing at the very last moment, which slows the process down and, of course, is more costly. These are the areas where we are working on. Another issue, again in financing, ChatGPT, which can do so many things. One of the new things it has generated is the loan contracts. It's excellent. Maybe you don't know it, but you can give it a contract or tell them what you want to negotiate, and they will come up with the result, with a proposal. So this saves time and allows us to do many more productive things. We have the issue of cybersecurity. Over and above the fact that people are afraid of anything new, there is a security threat. For instance, the attack against ICBC, the largest bank in the world. And this is something that's always topical, that we will never be 100% safe, but how can we protect ourselves from this threat? Yes, we recently had this huge attack to the biggest bank in the world. There's no 100% security. It's a race, just like antibiotics. That's how I see it. Every time there's an attack, then hacking technology finds a solution. Then hacker finds another solution, and there is a continuous race. But with the new technologies, especially in the banking sector that we are now discussing, you can get the means to preempt and sometimes deal with these effects better. It's not like the cloud technology, whereby a big part of big systemic banks in Europe and elsewhere are moving away from the traditional way of managing data and prefer the cloud because it offers a number of solutions, including security solutions. But it is also important to train this stuff. Regina mentioned it as well. Your staff need only to be familiar with the use of technology, but also in the daily processes. All organizations provide training on data protection, of course, but what I think we must say here is the faster the new technologies are integrated in an organization, cyber risk management, financing, so over and above the challenges that we mentioned earlier, if we overcome them, rather, the faster we will achieve this. So the takeaway here is that it is a race. What are the available solutions and how we can find the right way to use the new technologies in order to protect our systems? That's all. Just let me add that it is also a consumer education exercise, helped by the banks, also on TV, public awareness campaigns, etc. People need to train, and every now and then we see a new type of fraud. They hack you, they take your data. How do customers respond to the new technology? Do you get a feedback on that? It depends on the generation. The older generations are more hesitant. E-banking is used by many extensively, but there are ways to separate your account with all your assets and create another one for daily use. The older ones are hesitant. The younger ones are very well versed in using the electronic systems. Listen, about what was said earlier. E-banking was established because of something important that happened, and it had to proceed. The pandemic, for instance. It was necessary to make payments. It was necessary to do other things. Do we need something similar for the new technologies to be integrated? No, no, no. I think that the speed of development is exponential by now, and people move in different ways, and they make us move fast. Cybersecurity is stress that we live with all the time. many Greek companies have been victims of phishing. Our company, we're sending out phishing mails to see how many of us will fall in the trap, and they would organize trainings and new trainings and new trainings. So during the pandemic, while you have specific policies and procedures about doing everything, when we have specific processes and procedures, it is difficult to fall in a trap. When we start to relax, when we were all working from home, then we get some cases of cybersecurity, and you have to be trained. So what did we do in our case? We would actually organize Teams video calls, or we would call the person. Now with ChatGPT, you lose that, because somebody looking like me, sounding like me, will say yes. So now, because of the new technologies, you need to be constantly alert to understand the new policies that you need to devise in view of every new development. We are going to be on the alert for a very long time. Thank you very much. So I hope that you have learned something from this panel. You are now about to break for lunch. Thank you very much.
Μία φωτογραφία να σας βγάλουμε πριν κατεβείτε από τη σκηνή. Πολύ ωραία.
So,
Εν τω μεταξύ, να σας ενημερώσω.
well, let me just let you know that we will go to the room next door for lunch. We'll be back at approximately 1 hour, 3:15. Thank you.
Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank. Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank. Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank. Στη Eurobank υποστηρίζουμε τα μεγάλα έργα σε υποδομές, τουρισμό, ενέργεια, τηλεπικοινωνίες, βιομηχανία. Έργα με αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, την οικονομία και το περιβάλλον. Γιατί έτσι στηρίζουμε κάθε δικό σου μπροστά. Σε κάθε μπροστά. Eurobank.
Αγαπητοί, υπέροχα, θα σας παρακαλέσω να καθίσετε για να ξεκινήσουμε σιγά σιγά. Ήταν πολύ ευχάριστο το διάλειμμα που είχαμε για το γεύμα. Να ξεκινήσουμε λοιπόν με την τέταρτη και τελευταία θεματική ενότητα του συνεδρίου μας.
So we will start with the fourth and final session of this conference entitled Compliance Optimal Risk Screening. Since the economy is faced with a continuum of intertwined risk, how necessary is to have access to information concerning legal issues for money laundering and all the other problems. So we will be debating the issue. I first give the floor to Ms. Paola Galassi, who is the Executive Director of Global B2B and B2C Services of Crif. You have the floor.
Restarting and coming in, I would like to ask you a question because it's the first session after lunch, so not easy, even because we have to speak about compliance. So, do you know which was the volume of the sanctions in compliance audit in 2022? Would you like to guess? Someone? No? I will tell you, because we do not have a lot of time. So 11 billion euros at EMEA level. So it's really a huge figure that tell us how much this topic is relevant. On one side for this, on the other side for companies, because reputational risk is becoming crucial when we speak about sustainability of our supply chain. So all these components make compliance really relevant to different use cases and industries. What is going on? It's going on that on one side, the compliance process was already in place since I don't know how many years. But now, currently, as per the last speech that we have heard about generative AI, we have new capabilities to put into this topic. And compliance is one of the primary clients of this kind of new skill that we can apply and approach. Because thanks to generative AI tools, thanks to machine learning, we can improve accuracy and reduce dramatically costs. So we are going to see why and how. Okay. I would like to start from the European, the framework, because also the regulatory is helping us. Till now, we were used to see different local authorities that more or less were trying to be coordinating each other, but there was not a unique direction. Now, there are coming up two main pillars inside of this regulatory framework. One is this single book. And in this single book, for the first time, there is this, let me say, approach that has to be taken in terms of compliance to, let me say, be compliant in the process of the audit. On the other side, there is this AML authority that is a commission that is going to supervise what is written in this single book. So basically, this means that we are going toward an European approach that will simplify a lot, at least in terms of consistency. And even if on one side it will be always important to understand the single specificity, because each country is different from another, has its own data availability, data specificity, but in any case, this regulatory framework with these new important news are helping us inside the compliance use case. For example, for the public access to the UBO registry. This is a very important news. In all the European countries, there are different behavior in this moment. I've tried to remap what is going on in the different countries. For sure, there is something that is going to change, but the lucky point is that is going to change at the European level. So everyone will act in the same way, even if now we are not yet there because we are waiting the last revised directive that should come up very shortly. But in any case, here it's really hugely important because if you want to find, for some reason, corporate purpose, banks purpose, insurance purpose, the UBO, the important point is that now there is this new, let me say, official UBO registry, which is containing not anymore public data that are publicly available, but data that now are considering as sensitive data. And so not all the institution, the clients will capable to access this data. So the role of having, the capability of having anyway the UBO correctly calculated is becoming more important. And also important will be to understand how to act when we will have a discrepancy between what we get from the public registry and what maybe our provider, your provider is going to make you available. Even because, for example, in Italy, we are collecting this data, I'm from Italy, and the percentage of UBO that were delivered to the Chamber of Commerce, that in Italy is the institution that is collecting this kind of source, is 14%. This means that in the 86% of the case, we do not, if I have to get this data from the public registry, I don't have anything. Because companies are not, let me say, used to deposit, they don't want to deliver for many reasons. So it's really important to understand how to get this data, for example, for banks, because for them it is mandatory to ask, to compare with the one that they are using and how to manage the discrepancy. Okay, so very briefly, here you can see all the pain points that we have when we are speaking about compliance. Now, I'm not want to enter into each one of these. I want only to say that for each one, we have really a good way to win a challenge. The challenge to transform these pain points from pain points to points that will help and support us to be more precise in the definition of what we are looking for on one side, but also we will save money. And this cost reduction can be then reused for investigate more difficult cases that are more difficult or to develop new business, let me say, using the back office people for other stuff. The important point is that we have to put together different capabilities, and this has to be very much clear. For sure, to do this and to apply the right approach, we need to have a solution. I don't care if it is now, obviously you see our solution, but there are many solutions. Our is the best, but in any case, the solution really should be flexible, because even if I told you that the European approach is coming out, each client, each institute has its own rule. So you have to maintain the flexibility also because the regulator is going to change, and so you have to maintain the possibility to change your policy, your configuration, your engine, and so on. On the other side, it's really important that there is the capability to assign a specific score to each company in the portfolio, and also to monitor this portfolio in the freshness way possible. And so to do this, you also need a global data coverage that is a high quality data coverage and really global, because otherwise you cannot automatize all the UBO and calculation, and so you cannot save time and money. Here you can see some KPI about this, no? So the KPI that we try to put to also the benchmark with the markets and with the market and the different clients, but the KPI are really challenging. So this is the reason why I'm saying that it's really fundamental that the solution is capable on one side to calculate in the more efficient way, but on the other side she has to leverage the data capability, the data coverage and data quality capability. And last but not least, it's important that the solution is also very transparent, both for the operational team, for the back office that had to manage the different case management, but on the other side, it has to be really transparent also for audit purpose, because this is another pain point that will save time if the solution is going to support you in the process. Okay, very strict and linked, very close and linked to the onboarding process, which is the phase in which we are using and we are defining the compliance of the client and in our portfolio, is the transaction monitoring that comes after. And also here, in this phase, we have, thanks to the new capability and thanks to the fact that now we can think the technology as an enabler. In the past, on one side, we were happy when we got a client because the lock-in that we were capable to have with that client was a strength point for us. Now, the technology has a different approach, no? So can enable to make more business, to make it simple, to make it easy, and so on. So in this phase, in the phase of the transaction monitoring plays a very important role, because thanks to the data that were acquired during the onboard process, we have the possibility to analyze the network is very huge, because you have a lot of data available, and thanks to this new technology and this new artificial intelligence tool, you can perform a network analysis very qualified, and you can put in place also mechanism of self-learning that are really relevant, again, to reduce false positive alert, and also to, let me say, be prepared in the answer of why you are cutting out that false positive in an automatic way. So a very great support that comes from technology on one side, expertise in data on the other side, and all together, also here we can bring value to the customer, and also here, the need to define common data set rule is something that will enrich the competence of the market, because if clients, banks, corporate are starting to share which are the rules, because one position can be considered a false positive or not, then you can improve the self-learning mechanism to obtain better result. I love conclude this speech mentioning this success use case, not only because we are speaking about two of the main important European banks, but because this is a case in which the cooperation wins against the competition. So these that are the main two banks decided to carry on this project together because they recognize the value to have a shared approach in terms of compliance, defining together the data set that are needed to onboard the customer in the right way, the rule to calculate the UBO, the final UBO, and also how to manage the case that are out of this automatism. And this is something very huge because it brings on one side, let me say, simplicity, as I was telling at the beginning, because there is this data set in place. Then obviously there are differences, and this is to go back to the fact that the application should maintain the right flexibility. But at least at a general level, the point here is that not only the two banks that I'm mentioning, but all the Italian, let me say, financial environment is trying to meet together in order to have this, let me say, pool that will use the compliance as a standard approach. And this will give transparency to the market. And I do believe that this will allow us to make a step forward in terms of efficiency. So banks are really happy about the cut reduction, about definition, about the UBO, because if it comes up that for me the UBO of Icap Crif is Nikitas and for another one is George, it could be, let me say, no? There could be a discrepancy. If we are all on the same page in which are the rules that has to be followed, this will simplify the job also between the interaction of institutions. In fact, both banks are asking to have the extension of our services also cross country. So if it is possible to have the same approach in all the UniCredit branches and in all the Intesa San Paolo branch. And I really think that this could happen also not only cross-country, but also cross-client and cross-industry in the future. Because I do believe that in this case, as I told you, cooperation is better than competition. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά την κυρία Γαλάση για την ομιλία της.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Galassi. Now, moving on to our panel, I will call Maria Manusaki, Senior Director, Regulatory Compliance, Pankritia Bank, Sophocles Karapidakis, Compliance and GDPR Director, DPO at Mytilineos, and Yorgos Klomoudis, Group DPO, Head of Infosecurity and Risk Management Governance, Icap Crif. Well, and he's a moderator. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. And let me start by saying that indeed we've heard very interesting positions regarding compliance. And on the same issue, or the issue of compliance, I want to start with you, Mr. Karapidakis. And let me make some statements or questions on a more practical level. We recently have realized that we are inundated by a large volume of questionnaires, KYC questionnaires, and numerous other questionnaires that are constantly increasing with regard to their frequency and volume. So I would like to ask you this. In this context, do you believe that indeed the exposure that an organization has to any risk, is it reduced, and how is it reduced in this way? First of all, let me thank Icap for extending this invitation for me to be here amongst you, and I'm very happy for that. Ms. Galassi talked extensively for KYC. This is something that started from the banking sector and has now spread across almost all industries. Now we call it, instead of know your customer, we call it know your counterpart. We're sending it to suppliers, to customers, and all partners and counterparties. So the objective is to achieve transparency with regard to our partner, to see their activities in order to be able to see what possible risks will partnering up with them might have. Right now, KYCs are usually questionnaires received in Word or PDF. They have a different structure each time. They ask different questions each time, and sometimes I've seen that they go beyond the definition of sanctions related to the legislation. They go one step beyond, maybe because sometimes they do not know what to include. And these questionnaires are sent in any case, in all cases, whether it's a small project, a large project, a specific activity, or a frame agreement for a long-term cooperation. So the first point I would like to make in relation to what you said is that this is becoming a bit of a red tape. The second thing I'd like to say, namely, does this reduce the risk? Well, undoubtedly, it is a form of a statement. We can't doubt that. Maybe at some point, when things go sour, you can show this and say that this guy claimed that he does not operate in Iran, or they're not a sanctioned entity. So have some proof on that. But nevertheless, in order to see whether the statement is correct, we need to be certain that the recipient that is asked to fill in the statement knows what we are asking them. Otherwise, he's going to answer no, tick all the no boxes, and that's it. And one more thing, and the person who will receive the statement, banks, undoubtedly we have many banks here, banks are excluded from what I'm going to say. So the person who's going to receive the filled-in statement or questionnaire, they take it, they're going to take a look and put it in the drawer. But the person receiving the statement must be able to identify the risk or return it and say, you know, you didn't answer this. You need to take a look at this again. So undoubtedly, these kinds of efforts reduce the risk. Undoubtedly, they add to the red tape in both sides, both the requester and the respondent. But I think that at this point, this effort is not very effective. Thank you. Let me also add one more thing. We made special mentions to technology and AI. Possibly technology is a solution in this direction, so to enable not only to manage a large volume of questionnaires, but through smart algorithms to identify whether the responses given have a routine that does not make sense. So this might raise an issue of non-compliance, identify possible non-compliance. Ms. Manusaki. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Since you're coming from an environment that, a high compliance environment, the banks, would like you to share a few things regarding compliance risk and how it can be measured and assessed in banks. Thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, risk compliance is the non-compliance of organization of a bank to laws, to regulatory requirements, to professional conduct codes, and to the regulations and policies of the bank itself. The objective is preserving the reputation of the bank, primarily, minimizing the risk of fraud and losses, and the avoidance of fines and sanctions from authorities. How can compliance be achieved? Undoubtedly through internal procedures, by monitoring the amendments to the regulatory framework and adapting the procedures of the bank accordingly, by monitoring and verifying obligations and observing deadlines, and of course by developing policies to prevent or squash money laundering. Now, how can this be measured? The bank develops a BRA model, a business risk assessment model. It records all the risks and the impact of those risks. Furthermore, the bank applies controls to minimize said risks and calculates the residual risks. And after that assesses whether this residual risk is within the risk appetite, the bank's risk appetite limit. So also within the framework of the AML monitoring, the bank has developed and monitors some indicators. Just to give an example, the bank monitors high-risk clients and politically exposed person across the entire clientele. Of course, it monitors transactions in high-risk jurisdiction or open alerts out of the total of alerts, or total reports to FIUs compared to the total alerts. It also monitors the cost of compliance over the overall cost of the banks to assess the risk. Thank you. And let me ask you also, with all this process, which is an integrated compliance system, there must be some challenge. What are the challenges of such a heavily regulated organization? Well, banks operate in a constantly changing environment with increasingly stringent AML provisions, with new compliance areas for prevention of tax evasion, fraud, corruption, protection of consumers, environmental protection, protection of personal data. And as we analyzed before, for the ESG factors and criteria. In the past decade, our economy has faced various challenges, and the credit institutions had to handle such crises, such as the debt crisis. The banks had to develop new internal audit models in order to identify and ascertain tax evasion or undeclared income mechanisms and capital controls. We had to develop mechanisms to identify cases of capital controls bypassing methods, or the coronavirus created other challenges. We had to develop mechanisms to prevent fraud. The recent Russian invasion to Ukraine with restricting deposits by Russian entities. We had to daily check all our clientele, against the various sanctions list, and develop applications for reporting to the authorities. In general, credit institutions need to be fully aware so as to identify cases of persons and entities that, by exploiting the above extraordinary conditions, are trying to commit fraud or financial crime. And the FATF also issues announcement for vigilance and the reporting suspicious transactions in FIU, and vigilance for emerging risks from such cases of bypassing the measures. Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Karapitakis, over to you, and let's pick up the discussion where we left it for audits. You and your company, when you start a partnership with any person or entity, what regulatory compliance audits are you making, and what is the role of technology?
We carry out two types of checks: a horizontal control regarding financial sanctions. This may sound a bit weird, but if the transaction comes to the bank and this is discovered, then it will be too late. You will have done something that is not correct. So before we start our cooperation with some entity, be it a bank or be it a customer or a supplier, we do that. Well, how do we go about it? Somebody will say this sounds very easy because you have lists of customers and suppliers. No, it's not so easy because we have ownership controlling different jurisdictions where which can apply for a company. We need to look at over and above the European sanctions, EU sanctions, UK sanctions, even Australian sanctions sometimes. And how do we go about it? Using aggregators, database services, which provide you the full information, even the link, as Paula has just said, which show you the organizational structure, or rather the different steps up until the UBO, and we need to see that the whole tree is clean, is clear, and we are able to collaborate. This is the help that technology provides for the time being. What do? There are two speeds. You get a license, you start looking at each one separately, or else you use the system, you link it to any new entity, and you look. But still, we have also the second step. This is the continuous, we place them in the continuous monitoring so that we can have daily basis, on a daily basis. We also get information on the integrity of the business partner, violations, for instance, bribing or whatever, or even human rights are going to be included. This is a horizontal check. But there's another category of both customers and suppliers, the so-called intermediaries. Let me remind you, the OECD 1997 covenant, which discusses intermediaries. So these are higher risks for bring a higher risk of bribery and different forms of corruption to the organization. And that's why we carry out extra controls. We're not only looking at the beneficial owner and whether they have a criminal record, but other dimensions. Do we really need it? Is it a newly created company? Are they able to offer what they promise to deliver? And there are many other criteria. So at the end, we come to a score which will tell us that we can trust this entity, or else we can trust the person, the entity with reservations, or fail. That's the two things we do. Technology uses us with the helps us with the aggregators. We do quite a good job. And secondly, we have our own tailor-made tool which helps us with the due diligence and the scoring. And then after that, it comes the questionnaire. We don't send out questionnaires to everyone. And we make tailor-made questionnaires in certain cases. So time is actually very pressing. But before we conclude this very interesting panel, I would like to say something and hear your comments. We all say that this is a compliance era. We have been saying it for a few years now. There are more regulations, more opinions in every area, DORA, GDPR, differentiation from one regulation to the other. And this is something that is of concern to me as well. So maybe we can say that this notion of compliance, as companies grow and organizations make a huge effort to achieve full compliance. So, is it true that compliance can be, if not a break, because it's valuable and we all agree with that, maybe a negative catalyst as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, because companies have been set up not for compliance, but for some other reason? Can you? I don't want to reply the commonly that if you think compliance is expensive, think non-compliance. But it's the fact that we have to get documents signed, and due diligence, train somebody to look at the standards and look at the tolerance, as my colleague said earlier. These are difficulties. The good thing here is that we are able to get projects. We move out of our Greek pool and we move out into a global marketplace, and we can come closer to bigger players, customers, banking institutions who have controlled and checked us. So this becomes a competitive advantage. Doors are suddenly open. All the ISOs 37001 and all the other ones, they open doors. If you have obtained this and you can prove it, then this becomes a competitive advantage. And according to US standards, but here in Europe this will also happen, we are people. A company is a community of people. Although you may train them, although they may have signed, an error may happen. Still, this ensures that you will not suffer as much if you have complied. Yes, I fully agree with what you said. And I'm not talking about the compliance department as such, but this involves the whole company, the whole organization that has to go through the process of compliance, the processes and the policies. I will start with this saying, the very well-known saying of the former deputy prosecutor Paul McEnhoty: if you think compliance is expensive, try non-compliance. And I will, my starting point is that organizations must comply with the law and the regulatory framework. And of course, these need to move along the organization. Compliance adds to the business plan. The regulatory compliance strengthens the security of the bank and its transactions. It provides a feeling of trust and deals with risks. I agree that this is a competitive advantage which helps the bank's growth. So this is not a break, but a growth factor for the banks. Yes, but we need to differentiate risk management and compliance. Risk management has these characteristics. It somehow accepts a degree of risk in view of the opportunity, but compliance is either there or it's not there. No, we have the maturity model of compliance also. You start by ticking the boxes, and then you look at the social criteria, special factors, and when you look at the graph, you understand that compliance helps you take strategic decision. It becomes a smart compliance and then strategic compliance. So let me conclude the discussion by saying that the difficulty that is brought about by regulation can be assisted by the technology like AI, etc., big normalization and correlations that can speed up a number of controls. I'm not sure whether compliance will adapt to technology or vice versa, but there is a gap at this point in time. So those who work in this sector need to close gradually in order to allow things to advance. Just a comment. I described you earlier the way we work today. We choose a name, we put it in a database. At this point, we use fuzzy logic, which means that people can write their name in different ways. The crime is always before you. Maybe you misspell your name or you paraphrase it. You use different letters. Fuzzy logic is a form of intelligence and will take care of all the homophones. But as the more you use fuzzy logic, the more false positives you will get, which increases your workload. So today, you need to decide on the optimal level of the fuzzy logic that you use. And imagine you have a supplier whose name is Mohammed. Imagine the findings, the number of findings. There will be hundreds of them. What can a technology do? And I trust that it will do it. It will start cut the number of false positives. They will be seen in the full context of the operation, and they will be deleted. So are people who are looking at the false positives to work on an investigation, because to work on the complicated cases whereby somebody is intentionally trying to hide their identity and do illegal things. Anyway, for compliance and controls to be effective, technology and automated controls are absolutely necessary for the banks. So the adventure is out there. Thank you very much, both of you, for this excellent discussion. Thank you very much.
Περιμένετε να βγάλετε μια πολύ ωραία φωτογραφία όλοι μαζί.
Please come up for a picture.
Θέλετε να βγάλετε μια φωτογραφία όλοι μαζί. Ευχαριστούμε θερμά και την κυρία Μανουσάκη και τους κυρίους για την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση. Προχωράμε λοιπόν στην ενότητα του workshop.
So let us now proceed at the workshop session. Cases of applied ESG failure risk ratings for corporates. The risk ratings for corporates depends usually on their behavior in applied ESG. But this ignores the possibility of failed behavior. So we have a tool that applies the ESG rating, which is developed by Icap Crif. So I would now like to ask my colleagues, Ms. Katerina Vessi, who is the Director of Compliance Director of Icap Crif, George Economou, Head of Analytics, Icap Crif Credit Rating Agency, and Konstantinos Fotopoulos, Reporting and PMO Manager, Icap Crif Credit Rating Agency.
καλά έχει πάει και αυτό.
Ξεκινήσουμε. Καλησπέρα.
Let's start. Good afternoon on our part, representatives of credit rating at Icap, Crif. We're going to start with this workshop by starting with the presentation of the supervisory regulatory framework that is being developed regarding ESG rating agencies. Environmental, social and governance-related investments, namely investments that consider ESG factor in the framework of their investment decisions, are becoming an important part of finance. Investment capital investment funds with sustainable characteristics and sustainable targets increase considerably both in terms of their size and their number. So we could say that there's been an ESG investment ecosystem where we see that ESG ratings are taking up a very important position. We're talking about ESG ratings is provided as assessments with regard to a company's exposure and entities or financial instruments exposure to environmental, social, and governance-related risk or assessments with regard to the performance or the impact that this entity has on society, on the environment, and on people. ESG ratings have more and more has increasingly important role in the functioning of the finance markets. They are critical sources of information for investment strategy and risk management, and for the reporting obligations that institutions and entities and investment firms have, and at the same time they are used by businesses to better understand sustainability, risks and opportunity, both their own risk and opportunities and those of their partners, and to benchmark against their peers. The ESG ratings market is expected to grow considerably in the years to come. Financial institutions, insurance, reinsurance companies, investment firms use more and more ESG ratings as a benchmark for the sustainability performance and for the sustainability-related risk and opportunities in investment. But there are some pathogens as well. The ESG rating market has by no means earned the trust of investors and rated agencies. There are many doubts regarding the reliability of ESG ratings, their integrity. There is a feeling that they do not meet the needs of investors, and there is no clarity in the way ESG raters operate. And the roots of this problem is mostly the lack of transparency on the characteristics, the methodologies and data sources of ESG ratings and the raters. And there is also a lack of clarity on how ESG rating providers operate. At the moment, there is no single regulatory framework within the EU to regulate how ESG rating providers operate. There is nothing of the European Union to set the terms and conditions based on which ESG rating agents provide their ratings, and therefore each provider sets their own rules, and nobody knows exactly what each rating agency does and how they do it. So, in order to ensure that ESG ratings are objective, are reliable, and are of adequate quality, the ESG rating activity should be performed based on the key principles of independence, transparency, reliability, and sound governance. So, as was the case 14, 15 years ago, when the European Union took the initiative to create the framework for the operation of credit rating agencies. This was issued in 2009. Today, the European Union took the initiative in order to take action to improve the transparency, the comparability, and the reliability of the ESG ratings. It brought together a large volume of material to do that. ESMA mapped the ESG rating providers operating in the European Union. The Commission used and took into account international codes and recommendations like IOSCO. Approximately 170 entities, bodies participated in this targeted consultation, and with the participation of listed companies, with providers, with investment companies. And so at the last summer, the Commission submitted a proposal for a regulation on the transparency and integrity of environmental, social, and governance rating activities. The proposal for regulation does not intend to develop methodologies. It allows the agencies to use their own methodology, to have the freedom to choose their own methodology used in their ratings, so as to ensure, one could say, the availability of multiple approaches to ESG ratings. Providers should be legal entities providing ratings which are either being disclosed or are being provided to subscribers upon payment of a subscription fee. This regulation does not concern ratings prepared by financial institutions, investment firms, and used for their own internal purposes. What are the key principles of this regulation? The first key principle is that the ESG rating providers must be authorized. There need to be harmonized conditions based on which these agencies will be authorized, and based on which they will have procedures for granting, suspending, or withdrawing authorization. What does this key principle achieve? A high level of investor and consumer confidence. The second key principle is that information on ESG ratings and ESG rating providers should be made publicly available on the European Single Access Point, Icap.
Βρίσκεται ακόμα η νομοθετική διαδικασία σε εξέλιξη για...
There is the establishment of Icap is still being prepared, but this is going to be the main point where all the information on financial services, capital markets, and sustainability will be publicly available. So what does this key principle achieve? A high level of information to investors and other users of ESG ratings. Third key principles. ESG rating methodology must be rigorous, systematic, objective, continuous, and subject to validation. ESG rating providers, based on this regulation, are obliged to review their methodologies continuously and at least once a year. So what do we achieve through that? The ensuring quality and reliability of ratings. Fourth key principle. ESG rating providers should publicly disclose their methodologies, models, and key rating assumptions. They should explicitly declare the dimension that their rating concerns, whether it concerns measuring the entity risk or the performance, the impact that the impact has on the environment, society, and on people, or whether it concerns one dimension, two dimension, or another dimension. Therefore, with this key principle, we ensure higher levels of transparency. Fifth and very important key principle is that the regulation imposes some organizational requirements based on which ESG rating providers should prevent and mitigate potential conflicts of interest. So they should disclose possible conflicts of interest cases, keep a record of all possible threats regarding the independence of the provider, their shareholders, officers, persons participating in the rating process, and all the persons that are made available under the control of ESG rating providers. Furthermore, in order to avoid conflicts of interest, the ESG rating provider should not provide other services parallel, such as consultancy services, accounting audit services, banking services, insurance or reinsurance activities. Finally, the regulation says that there need to be internal procedures and internal policies that the persons participating in the rating process should observe. There should be a compliance procedures and effective control and safeguard arrangements for information processing systems, IT system. And this ensures the integrity of quality and the integrity of the ESG rating procedure. Supervision. To a large degree, the proposed regulation has been inspired by the requirements of the regulation governing the operation of credit rating agencies. There are clear parallels between the processes of ESG and CRA rating providers and the objectives pursued by the two regulations. Meanwhile, there is a need to reduce resource spending and scope of generating economies of scale. So the proposal of the Commission to this regulation is for ESMA, the European Securities and Market Authority, should be entrusted exclusive responsibility for the authorization and supervision of ESG rating providers, as it does with the credit rating agencies, precisely. From the mapping that has taken place for ESG rating providers, We've identified that right now there are 30 ESG rating providers based in the European Union, 3 large organizations, 6 medium-sized organizations, 9 small organizations, and 12 micro-organizations, which potentially will apply for authorization by ESMA, and there are 29 non-EU entities which will potentially apply for equivalence or endorsement or recognition. As we speak, ratings, ESG ratings are not equally important as credit ratings, nor do they have the same systemic importance. So at least at first is expected that there's going to be lower supervision intensity ESMA, but gradually as the role and importance of ESG ratings increases for regulatory purposes, this will lead to increased supervisory duties by ESMA on this issue. And believe me, the experience from 12 years of Icap Crif operating as a credit rating agency, the experience has shown, and what I've understood as a compliant officer is we've seen that ESMA's supervision is both systematic and continuous and stringent, and mostly it's substantial. Let's see how the legislative process is progressing. This summer, 13th of June, the European Commission presented the proposal for the regulation. Then, on July 10th, the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs, ECON, has been referred as the committee responsible for the dossier. On October 6th, the rapporteur has published her draft report, and as we speak, the consultation is underway and all amendments are taking place by the preparatory bodies of the Parliament, and the vote is expected on the 28th of November. Before I give the baton to my colleagues, let me just tell you how the regulation defines ESG ratings. And this is important. It identifies them. An ESG rating means either an opinion or a score or a combination of the two regarding an entity, a financial instrument, and has to do with the ESG profile, ESG characteristics, or exposure of the entity to ESG risks, or the impact that this entity has on people, society, and the environment. And the opinion or score must be based on an established methodology and defined ranking system of categories. The difference is that the opinion is based on a rules-based methodology and defined ranking system of rating categories involving directly a rating analyst. So there is a participation of a human, a rating analyst in the rating process or systems process. Or the score is based using a rules-based methodology and is based only on a pre-established statistical or algorithmic system or model without any additional substantial analytical input from an analyst. The Icap Crif credit rating agency has developed a methodology which relates to the characteristics and the ESG characteristics and profile of the rated entity is defined as ESG failure and controversy risk rating or score. Rating if it's an opinion or if the rating includes the judgment of an analyst, or a score when it does not include the input from an analyst. At this point, I would like to pass the floor to my colleagues, Giorgos Ikonomou and Kostas Fotopoulos, who will make a presentation of the results from the implementation of the methodology developed by the Icap Crif credit rating agency.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this excellent presentation of the recent developments on ESG, very comprehensive and important. I would initially like to say a few words on the key role of CRA in methodology and businesses. This allows businesses access to financing and rating. We are now required to change our attitude and include ESG in our criteria for a good result, both for society and the companies. So we need to improve this culture and allow companies to integrate this these criteria. So I should like to present some of parts of our methodology. What we try to forecast, we try to preempt the possibility of an event which under the ESG criteria will be a violation. Kostas Fotopoulos will later take on to explain the criteria and the categories. These criteria stem from international body standards such as the UN, the EU, we have the UE taxonomy, etc., and are included in many publications from many organizations. Now, when we wanted to create this sample for the results that we will present, we talking about European Economic Area plus the UK, 30 countries, 30 sectors, 13,000 corporates. Why listed companies? Because they are systematically monitored by the market, and therefore the information we have access to is better, qualitatively speaking, and also at the level of the information, at the level of news and the level of information. I will go on to say that with this information, we form a sample. And these are data both at the company level or at sectoral level. Then we look at the country performance as far as governance is concerned, governance indicators, or some microeconomic data. And there are marketing plan data to be used. Plus, we have their previous events of failures. So, Kostas, let us look at the criteria in detail, and please give us some failure examples. Thank you for this introduction. Before I start giving you some interesting examples, I would like to describe to you the framework of the criteria for which we are looking for violations of E, S, and G. Starting from the environment, we are looking emissions, pollutants in the water, on the land, or in the atmosphere. We use, criterion is the use of resources and water, etc. And finally, whether they take the biodiversity into account. The second pillar, social, We use criteria that can be grouped in three categories. The employee relationships, whether equality of genders, tolerance, etc., labor standards. A big group is the custom relations with the customers, how they are dealt with, how they communicate, the company communicates with them, and how they are dealt with in general. And finally, we look at the relationship with the local community. This is an important aspect of the social pillar, how they can avoid to create problems in the community. And finally, we have the governance pillar. This pillar is more familiar to all of us. It's been there for years. We have some experience. We have transparency criteria, board composition, and board rights, board members' rights, etc. In order to understand the meaning of violation, of failure, I have collected some examples from European big listed companies, as George said, and I think that they will be interesting to you. The first case is a big, very big supermarket chain which was convicted by the European Court of Justice for unequal pay between men and women, and the ruling was such that they had to change their policies, but also to pay the difference between the pay of men and women retrospectively. This is a very severe ruling because all the company policies had to change according to this. The second case relates to a retail company, luxury goods. This was accused of falsifying their results and giving fraudulent information to their investors. So this is the margins of financial crime. So again, we are certain that we have an important violation with an important result. We all understand why this is an important result. So these meanings of assurance and the result, because we have a third example, a chemicals industry, which is operating in an industrial zone. Next to the industrial zone, there is a river, and the local community accuse all of the companies established in the industrial zone for polluting the river. They cannot distinguish the origin of the pollution, but this is what we understand. So if the certainty of a violation is very low, are we able to oversee, or are we going to deem it as a certainty? None of the above. So in our model, we introduce a new idea, the strong or non-strong event of violation. And we start looking at events in the point of view of strong and not strong. And so we have a notion, severity, between severity and certainty. So we now have two variables, a certain and a strong and a non-strong violation. So we add something, another interesting factor, and George Economou will present this to us. So after this excellent analysis of these two dimensions of certainty or non-certainty and the seriousness or not of the violation, we will present to you cases related to such violations of ESG criteria in different sectors. I'm sorry for the tiny letters of the slide, on the slide. I will try to help you. So what do we see here? It's at the level of reporting, sectorial reporting. We see the rate of violation of E, S, and G criteria. On the left-hand side, we have the environmental criteria. The first, the sector with the highest probability of violation, 6%, is oil and gas mining and drilling. Then this is followed by all the other sectors. Now the second pillar, social. The number one sector, I'm trying to read it myself, is the automotive sector. So they are car manufacturers where there are a very high number of cases of violations. Looking at the bars and the colors, there is a differentiation. The lighter color in these bars is the percentage of not serious, while the dark color is the serious events. For the automotive sector, there are quite a few cases related to the relationship of companies with their customers. For instance, recall of vehicles, etc. All things, a number of things that affect consumers. Now, going to the governance, we see that the top sector is telecommunications. The rate is 13% of cases of violation of governance criteria. All this has come from our own Icap survey by analyzing a number of articles. Also, with human assistance, we have been able to group them in this manner. We have discussed extensively the way that we group those in hard and soft or serious and non-serious. So what we try to predict for all three letters, E, S, and G, the probability of cases. For each letter, we calculate a different probability, which is which translates into a score for the customer. E, S, and G. So the combination of the three different scores or probabilities for each sector, because I repeat, we have sectorial models, so the different characteristics influence different the cases differently depending on the sector. And the combination is done on the basis of materiality of each part, E, S, or G, at the final ESG score. The most material part has a higher impact on ESG. In one case, it might be the E, and the other one might be the G. Now, we try to have a focused horizon. This relates to the needs of our customers. So it's 12, 24, 36 months ahead. The information which we collect can be grouped in 4 categories. We have the specific characteristics, the size, for instance, the companies such as the sector, the financials, previous negative events of non-ESG compliance presented by the company itself. Then we have the macroeconomics and governance, country governance. This is also very important. The level of transparency and governance of any country seems to be influencing the result. We also have different sectoral indicators, such as the intensity of competition. And finally, what gives us more forward-looking result is the market implied data, probability of default, or could be this probability related to the country of establishment. Let us now go back to look at the Icap scale. We have both score and rating here, and I will tell you what the difference is. This is a scale that uses the same letters of the credit risk scale, but only the subscript changes, so that we differentiate ourselves from the triple A's. We move to D, and what happens is that there is a higher probability of such violations, a probability of violations in the next 10 months. So you see there are some plus and minuses between the letters. These are notches in the rating agency terminology. They try to differentiate within the level of one letter those who are in a better position than others. So there are AA plus and AA minus, for instance. These notches are used in order to provide something very important, the trade-off process, the difference between a strong and hard and not so strong incidents, or hard and soft ESG incidents. Well, let me not tire you any further. Let us now try to see how we decide on a rating. We have extensively discussed the quantitative risk, but there is a second part that needs to be taken into account, the so-called qualitative process. We have questionnaires to be filled in and which relate to company compliance, the combination of the quantitative anchor and the qualitative one. The effect of the qualitative rating gives us the first proposal of the analyst as far as the risk rating is concerned. Then a committee of analysts, the analyst proposes or submits the result and explains the reasoning, and the committee decides whether the committee will keep it, and we come to the final risk rating that the customer sees. Let's move backward and look at the qualitative rating process. It does not only refer to ESG. As far as the qualitative rating is concerned, we see that it seems as if there's a competition here, but no, they are complementary because the quantitative model is complemented by qualitative characteristics. So we start, as you heard, that is, we have the synergy questionnaire, which I will present later, but there is a different direction where the human factor plays an important role. We ask the companies that we rate to provide us with all the documents related to their policies and their processes in order that ensure that they have ESG. And not only that, we ask for proof of implementation. We ask for the results of internal audits so that we get to know whether the internal audit has identified failures. Also, reports, internal reports on ESG. So we understand how the company stands as far as ESG is concerned. And this, of course, will be an important factor of the proposal. The person will have read the documents, studied, we have looked whether the company has ISO and is ISO compliant, and they will be able to look at the self-rating of the company through the Crif platform. This is a sustainability platform. Any company is able to register with the platform, reply with an extensive questionnaire, which will give them a compliance score concerning their sustainability. And this platform is also able to assess both big and small companies. There is a questionnaire that all companies can reply to depending on their activity and their size. A small company is not as able as a big one to reply to such questionnaires, nor do they have the depth that a big company is required to have. Now, let us look at the questionnaire that they are required to reply to. The business sector is the first pillar. Corporate sustainability strategy, ESG, risk management, research and development, the fact that of whether they take ESG into account. And then we have the three ESG pillars, questionnaires relating to the environment, to social issues and governance issues. And finally, there is a specialized part of the questionnaire relating to the sector of the company we are looking into, because there are different characteristics in each sector. We need to go in depth in every sector to see how the special risks of each sector are being dealt with. Now, after the replies are given, the system automatically calculates a result, which is not just the result concerning the company rating, but also of each individual pillar. Therefore, we are able to see very clearly how the final result was calculated. We have a specific example of a company that has an A rating A rating, B rating for A rating for S, and the company relationship, a good level of sustainability, etc. And by bringing all these results together, we will look at the different ratings. So people are very impatient. They are expecting. We cannot, of course, provide you with the names of the companies that we have rated. We will discuss a company in Europe which is in the energy sector. Let's look at the quantitative score, that is the probability of non-compliance shows us this result. We have the 4 big categories that I mentioned earlier, and I will indicatively show you which are the ones that are statistically important for our for this sample. The analysis has shown that the bigger the company, the greater the probability of such a failure event of the ESG criteria. Now, financial data, which are also in relation to the final result, the previous such events. So this is a behavioral information which we collect and which we have included in our models. What is also relevant is the environment in which the company is operating microeconomically. This is also important. And the intensity of competition also affects to some extent the final result. So the result that this process will give us is a triple B, which is the first part of the quantitative rating. Now, let us go back to the other part of the process. We'll combine quantitative and qualitative.
So this is a company that filled in the synergy questionnaire. We saw some of the policies that it had uploaded on its site, and we studied them. It's a company that is very well compliant in terms of ESG, both the environmental and the social aspect, and its business aspect has an A score. Where it lags behind is in corporate governance and its sector, where has some weaknesses in terms of the risk and compliance of the sector. But overall, we'd say that it's a good company, has a very good degree of compliance, and this is something that we also saw in the information we read on its website, the policies has developed and how it deals with ESG as a company. So in essence, we have a company that has an average, so to speak, probability to develop, to exhibit such a non-compliance of ESG criteria, but it is rather good in terms of its compliance. So this process does what? It takes us to the notching process. So we have decided a triple B, and we can also show the rather good result that it has. So in essence, the result through the notching is that it improves the result. So within the world of triple B, the company with the notch becomes triple B plus. So this result that we got from this process, and the analysts agreed, came to the committee. The committee did not identify anything to differentiate the results upwards or downwards, and the ultimate final rating that was given was triple B plus. Let's take a look at another company in another sector. The sector here is heavy industry. company belonging to the heavy industry sector. Let's again take a look at the categories that we showed you beforehand and see in this case, in this sector, which are the most statistically significant characteristics included in our models. Again, we see that the size, again, is very, very important. Moreover, we see that the financials play an important role and past risk incidents. Here we have smaller presence of macros and governance elements of the country and an extra presence of the sovereign market implied default risk. With this, so we applied the models, gave the score CCC plus an average to poor score. Let's see how this company did in terms of its quality. For me, this is a very interesting case. The interest lies here. It has a very poor starting point, CCC plus, but when it assesses itself in terms of compliance and what it thinks it does, has a very good score. And in terms of business activity, and in the environmental, and in the social, and in corporate governance, it has good score, A in the first three, B, and even B in the governance score. This is very interesting. So if I think I'm good at compliance, this protects us from risk. Yes, it protects me. Yes, this is a very plain answer. Does it protect? Yes, it does protect it. Yes, but what we're trying to do is we are trying to predict if the risk will appear. Usually large companies with huge compliance departments are constantly trying to comply with new regulations, but they never stop showing such events. The main reason why we can place ourselves more generally is that because in essence, the businesses have the incentive of profit. Often, these events apply because of the pursuit of profit. It's no accident because we have huge companies which have new information in use and they are being monitored, considered, and for reasons of increased profit margins. And it's not only that. The bigger the company, the bigger the possibility of a human error. You may have full policies, fully compliant, but you have many employees, right? So it's very likely that an employee might make a mistake. And this is a mistake that will be shouldered by the company. Correct. The bigger and the more complex an organization, the greater the risks of management. So this company has gets A in compliance. In essence, this boosts the score from CCC plus to B minus. Yes, it offers some corrections. Yes, there might be a higher risk portability as regards the results and the quantitative results, but with this impact and the proper movements, it can be mitigated, and also mitigates the past events, because we know that this company has a past events. We know that this company, the CCC it gets, it also the results of past events that have happened. So the fact that it became compliant, it gives an extra credit. It does not eliminate the past events, but it helps it. And when you feel compliant, you reduce your risk. So that's what we're trying to present here. The committee, there was no disagreement, so the company gets a B minus. In the last example, and with that we will close our presentation, in essence, we're going to talk about a company that operates, again, in the European market in the food sector. Let's take a look at the statistically important variables that prevailed. Again, size is very important, Firmographics are very important. The financials. Very important for this sector is competition intensity. The result of this rating gave a AA-. Now, in the qualitative ESG compliance, in the qualitative, we have the exact opposite image from the previous example. In the previous example, we had a company with high risk but very good compliance. Here we have a company with very low risk but very poor compliance. And this causes problems. This is problematic everywhere, both in the business score and environmental score, and in the social score, and in the corporate governance score, and in the industry score. They score from D to E. This company has a huge problem in its procedures, huge problems in its policies. We saw that in the website. They recognize it themselves. It's not something new for them because we have the synergy, because it's self-evaluation. It's not something that you cannot see it. The company itself recognizes that it has a long way to go in its compliance. But nevertheless, the model gives a very good results. Yes, because the probability to show an event and the risk that could possibly be there is very low. But the company, indeed, as it seems, has some problems with the organization of the procedures concerning abiding the ESG criteria. And this now, so let's take a look. So it has a D rating in qualitative and compliance. So we see that these downgrades are on initial quantitative risk score and downgrades it. This should be, there's a typo, the right will be A- and not A+. So let's just say that this is downgraded. And let's go to the rating committee now. You see that the rating committee downgrades it further to A-. In essence, it agrees. This further downgrading that I mentioned. And we gave the company the final risk rating of A-. I think that this brings us to the end of our presentation. I'd like to add one more thing here, that all this that was presented by Yorgos and Kostas, the process of generating the ESG ratings by Icap, Crif, are very clearly defined, depicted, just like the policies that govern this procedure, whether this is the rating committee operation policy or the record-keeping process. Icap Crif is a credit rating agency for the past 12 years, so it has huge experience on operations, and what we do for credit ratings is what we want to do and apply to ESG ratings and safeguard them and protect them with the clearly defined internal procedures and policies to ensure their quality, their reliability, and to be harmonized with and aligned with the regulatory framework that will be in place very soon. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. No further questions. There's a question here. We have a question. Mr. Stavroulakis, he wants to ask us something. Thank you very much. I want to ask you this. The presence of an old controversy incidents, will it affect the possibility of future incidents always in the same direction? And if not, why? Well, it's a setup question, right? Yeah. This is very good, and our boss is here. It's very good. It's a very good question to answer. The theory would say that past events would likely lead to a probability for future events. But this has not been proven by experience. There are companies who comply let me give you an example. An issue in corporate governance, such as problems that have to do with the governance of the commerce, whether problems with procedures and problems with reporting, was the lever to correct the errors and the company not to repeat them. So this was an incentive for that helped correct the situation. But there were also cases in other sectors where we had a negative impact. I remember a case in the airport sector, if you remember, where an older incident had a positive impact because this sector corrects itself, its behavior, when there are such incidents, especially in the S criterion. So there, the presence of an older incident reduced the probability of having the same incidents in the future. Why? Because there is this statistical relationship with the universal remarks. And one final detail: all the data, 45,000 articles have concerned a universe of 13,000 companies, which are what? Well, they are listed companies. I think I said that. Well, they are listed companies monitored systematically by the markets, and there is interest on these companies by the news sites and websites and financial websites. This was something that for us was easy to have consistent data and have news and updates for those companies. You can understand that a medium-sized Greek business, most articles would be in marketing-related announcement having to do with new products and services. Only if there was a huge incident that would be necessary, and it would not, of course, appear in newswires. So listed companies are followed closely by markets because they're trading the new information, and so there is incentives to have transparency in what is happening, because this will be integrated in the price of each company. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you very much for the possibility to improve our presentation. We have another question, potentially. Unfortunately, the question is off the microphone.
Το rating committee, στην ουσία...
Well, the rating committee, there is one head analyst who, in essence, in this process, has the final say. There is the analyst who performs the rating, and in essence, there is also an independent member of the committee. Right now, the committee has 4 members. Is the analyst who makes the initial analysis, the head analyst who will approve, will give the okay for the analyst rating. There is one more head, and there is also the chief of the credit rating agency, the head of the credit rating agency, who has a double vote. Thank you. We're trying to apply the same policy as we apply for credit ratings. Excellent. I think that we have concluded this session as well. Thank you very much.
Μια φωτογραφία, παρακαλώ. Εδώ είναι ο Θοδωρής. Ανεβείτε. Πιο μπροστά. Πολύ ωραία. Πολύ ωραία. Φτάσαμε στο τέλος. Ακόμα...
So we've reached the end. Yes, another credit risk conference has come to an end. I'd like to thank once again our sponsors for their support. I'd also like to tell you that you will receive in your emails an evaluation form, and if you would dedicate 2 minutes of your time so that we can further improve and use your opinions and your views in our next conference. Thank you very much for your presence here and hope to see you in our future conference. Have a good evening.